it's come to this almost a full year of stretched out, intermittent Higurashi when they cry streams, reading, listening streams directly to you, the viewer, has led to this moment. I'm calling it. It has to happen. It's the Higurashi finale here on the channel. Main series finale. So effectively, if you want to call it technically the finale stream to 2024, as far as a year goes, if we want to get super technical. But yes, this is the finale. Whether it takes 2 years, oh, 2 hours or 12 hours to finish this, I'm in it for the long haul today. No matter what it takes, whatever it takes. Degrassi reference. Yeah, we're gonna sit here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon, coming early here, to plop our asses down and read or watch whatever it is you're doing. I'll be reading. You'll be watching. I'm just trying to take it all in, not to be dramatic or anything, but it's just like, it's one of those long series. Whenever a long series on the channel ends, I always say it's a big feeling. And then something as long as this, right? Obviously felt the same way about Umineko last year, but yeah, we're just gonna read. We're gonna spend our Saturday reading here. I guess I should say if it takes like just an hour, then maybe we'll do something after. But something tells me it's not just gonna be an hour. I would be utterly shocked if it was just an hour today to read. But I've been wrong many times in my life, so I'm not going to say it's impossible. For the final time, we hear the cicadas chirping along against the backlit moon thing. Backlit moon thing. That makes a lot of sense. I will say, probably pretty soon. I don't know how long we'll get into it, but at some point I need to get up and just go get some caffeine as well. I had a nice sleep and a lazy morning, but this old bag of bones here doesn't function properly unless I have caffeine constantly pumping through my body. So at some point I'll get something, but we're in it for the long haul. Been watching the series since the Umineko. Glad you enjoyed both. Thank you. Well, I don't know if I should be thanking you, but I'm glad. I hope it's come across that I've enjoyed doing these. That is, maybe it shouldn't be the foremost thing on my brain or anything, but or to care about, but it's been a very fun time, and without sounding too corny or dramatic about it, like it's been a fun, basically 2 years of long reading streams and stuff that I hope people who are fans of both or one or the other games or whatever, or stories, if they have stuck around, especially ones like such yourself that have stuck around or watched long stretches of the series and from the beginning, I hope that they enjoyed going along with me, reading and experiencing these together. Again, without sounding corny, I just hope I did the stories justice. Because if anyone spends any amount of time and chooses to spend their time with me, again, whether live or archived on the VODs there, I just hope they, at the end, are like, oh, this was an enjoyable time, you know? I just picked a save. Where were we here? I think the last thing that immediately was happening was the group had split up into two different divisions. I don't know what term to give it. We had I think they gave one team like the reconnaissance kind of tag, and then some other team some other duty tag or whatever. And I think we just came off of the main Mountain Dogs force being absolutely demolished by the traps laid out by Satoko. Just utterly destroyed by her traps and her mind games. So that's kind of where we're at. I think I chose here to stop because we were just now, I think, pivoting to the other group. So I think that's about where we're at. So let's begin. The 4 rescue unit members. Oh, rescue units. The term's right there in front of my face. The 4 rescue unit members. So rescue and then I think reconnaissance, but I might be making up the reconnaissance thing just in my brain. The 4 rescue unit members, led by Irie, were hiding in a bush next to the clinic. I think they were here to try to get Tomatake, right? That's why they're called rescue. They're under the belief that Tomatake is being held in the clinic by Takano. And they kind of need Tomatake because he has the connection to the whatever group. The people that would come in and basically sweep clean the Mountain Dogs and everything. So they kind of need him. We also, in the last stream, got the whole scene, I think, between Takano and, unless maybe this was 2 streams ago, but Takano and Tomatake, they had their moment. It's a lot. It's a lot. Alright, Irie says, let's go. Security camera on this side of the clinic is broken, so it's safe. You want to attack from this side? Are you sure? Our enemy is completely dependent on the security system. So it should be alright. Okay, let's go then. Should we head along the wall to the back to the director's office? Yes. I didn't close the window when I left, so it should still be open. When you go in through the window, there's a back door and a security camera, as well as a security room for the first floor. There should be 2 guards in there. The entrance to the basement is being observed by a security camera, so they'll find us right away. Okay, then we have to take those 2 guards down on the first floor, right? It's a basic rule to secure an escape route. We'll go in through the office, and then to the security room on the first floor. They moved forward, walking against the wall so they remained in the blind spot of the security cameras. They soon reached the window of the director's office. If any village kids saw them, they would assume they were playing around, pretending to be spies. Irie was glad that the clinic was closed on Sundays. Irie peeked into the room. It was exactly the same as how he left it. The window was open, too. The 4 of them snuck into the room through that window. Kasuga put his ear against the door to the hallway. Then he signaled the others to let them know that there was nobody on the other side. Since the clinic was closed, the Mountain Dogs were the only people around. It being Sunday really was fortunate. It was very quiet in the clinic. The chorus of the cicadas was the only thing that could be heard. There was a clock on the director's desk. It was almost 11:30 a.m. Shion was surprised to find herself getting hungry, given all that was going on. Kasai and Akasuka checked over their weapons. Irie brought out a book of blueprints from a locked bookcase. The title said Construction Plan for the Irie Clinic. This is the director's office.
ここが1階保安室。
This is the security room for the first floor.
出てすぐそこです。
It's right next to the office.
監視カメラはこの赤鉛筆がそうです。
These red marks are the security cameras.
1階保安室の制圧自体は難しくなさそうだ。
The security room on the first floor shouldn't be a problem at all.
問題は地下ですね。
The basement will be a lot more difficult.
これが地下の研究区画です。
This is the underground research section.
ここが入り口。
This is the entrance to it here.
図面では表向きは職員用の2階への階段になっていますが、実際は地下区画への入り口が隠されています。
It appears as a stairwell to the second floor on the blueprint we gave to the regular workers, but there's actually an entrance to the basement hidden there.
そして階段で地下へ。
And this is the staircase to the basement.
よくもこんな大きな地下を作ったものです。
That's quite the basement.
地上部分よりもよっぽど広いですね。
It's actually bigger than the section above ground.
それは地下こそがこの診療所の真の姿である証拠です。
That proves the basement contains the real identity of this clinic.
で、これが監督の認証カードでないと入れない扉。
And this is the door that requires Coach's security access card to open, huh?
認証カードが封印されて使えなくなってるなんてことは？
Is it possible for them to revoke your access card?
万一認証カードが使えない場合にゲートの物理的突破は可能？
Is there a way to break through the door, just in case we can't use it?
非常に厳重な扉で、証拠隠滅時にはそれを閉じてから内部に注水して封鎖する決まりになっています。
It's a strong door. When destroying all the evidence, we're supposed to shut the door and pump water into the place.
ということは機密扉か。
So it's an airproof door, huh?
この容積を満たす水圧に耐えるということは相当に頑丈だ。
If it can endure that much water pressure, it must be strong.
ってことは認証カード以外の方法では不可能ってことだね。
So there must be no other way other than by using the access card.
一般用の認証カードは個別の登録抹消が可能なはずですが、私と高野さんの認証カードは商工用の特別カードと聞いています。
It's possible to block individual cards, but the access cards that Takano-san and I have are special ones for commissioned officers.
登録抹消には各個に設定した8桁のパスワードが必要ですから、事実上彼らには抹消できません。
These special cards require an 8-digit password set by the owner, so in practice, they can't block my card.
商工自らが不法使用することは想定していないということですね。
In other words, they don't expect commissioned officers to use them with ill intent, right?
それでもダメな時は一回保安室の人間に開けさせましょう。
But if that doesn't work, we'll have the guards in the security room on the first floor open it.
保安要員のカードなら将校の次に強力なはずです。
Their cards should work fine.
素直に協力してくれるとは思えませんが。
I doubt they'll let us use their cards, though.
協力しないんならカードと指紋認証用に指を1本ちょんと拝借するまでです。
If they don't want to help, all we need is a card and a finger, right? She's like, I'll murder. I'd rather not do that.
私のカードで開くことを祈るばかりです。
Let's just hope my card works.
地下のセキュリティルームはどれです？
Where's the security room for the basement?
認証カードで入ってすぐ脇のこの部屋です。
It's located right next to the door.
この部屋には空調もテレビもありますから、基本的に保安の方はそこに全て詰めています。
That room has air conditioning and a TV, so basically it's where all the security guards end up gathering.
上で2人をやっつければ残りの6人がいるはずです。
After we take down 2 guards on the first floor, there should be 6 left.
6人か。
6 guards, huh?
一気に制圧しないと難しいね。
I'll have to get them all at once.
一瞬で制圧しないとほぼ確実に警報を鳴らされる。
If we don't, they'll set off an alarm.
先に警報を切断する方法は？
Unless we can cut the wires for it?
ちょっとわかりませんが、予備電源や予備回線があるはずです。
I'm not sure where, but they must have both reserve power and reserve wiring.
現実的じゃないか。
And that's a no-go.
セキュリティルームを制圧する方が現実的ですね。
It'd be more realistic to take out everyone in the security room.
保安の連中の武装は？
Are the guards armed?
1階の保安は非武装ですが、1階保安室には一応銃が置かれているという話です。
The guards on the first floor aren't armed, but I've heard they keep guns in the security room just in case.
地下の保安は全員が拳銃を携帯しています。
All the security guards in the basement have guns, though.
あとセキュリティルームにはもっと強力な連発式の銃が何丁か置かれていたはずです。
I think they have more powerful guns in their security room, too.
屋内での用途から考えて、多分口径の短い機関拳銃のようなものでしょう。
Since those guns are for indoor use, I bet they use machine guns of a lower caliber.
長距離での命中率はひどく落ちますが、小回りが利き、近距離では十分な火力を持つ危険なものです。
They won't be accurate when used at long range, but they're extremely powerful and dangerous when used in close quarters.
地下で撃ってきた連中 MP5 でしたし、
They had an MP5 earlier.
そいつが何丁持ってのはちょいと厄介ですね。
It won't be good for us if they have several more of those.
でもここを制圧できれば地下は私たちの手に落ちる。
But if we can take them out, the basement is ours.
監督、サトシ君は？
Coach, where's Satsushi-kun?
本当は動かしたくないところですが、敵の巣の中に放置はできません。
I'd rather not move him, but we can't leave him in the enemy's hands either.
サトシ君も安全なところに移しましょう。
Let's move him somewhere safe.
私の付き添いも必要です。
I need to be with him too.
サトシ君はどの部屋にいるんです？
Which room is Satsushi-kun in?
この奥の病室に監禁されています。
He's in a confinement room down here.
そこは去年から彼専用の部屋になっています。
He's been staying there since last year.
サトシ君。
Satoshi-kun. The look in Shion's eyes made clear her determination. The security guards who chased after Irie were in the security room on the first floor. They had resumed their game of poker. They knew that the mountain dogs were combing the mountains, and they were well aware that the Institute continued to be in danger. But their job was to stay in that room. And besides, they were working hard on their poker game. Of course, they weren't really concentrating on the game itself. They were still both chatting about the recent car chase, and both seemed proud about what they had done. They were ordered to shoot at the tires, but they wished they had been ordered to shoot at Irie himself. They definitely would have caught him then. They talked and laughed like that. When people stopped being on edge, that left them all the more vulnerable. This was a perfect example. That was why it took only 2 seconds to suppress them.
両手を頭の上へ。
Put your hands on your heads. The security guards were professionals. They immediately realized the guns Kasai, Kasuga, and Shion were holding weren't toys. They'd already heard there was a gunfight in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. The security guards knew they weren't dealing with amateurs. They also knew they wouldn't hesitate to fire. That was why they surrendered so quickly. Got him. That was quick. That was easy. They had handcuffs on them already, so it was easy for Kasai and the others to restrain them. The security guards had never thought they'd be wearing the cuffs themselves. They had especially never dreamed of being locked up in a toilet. Their hands were cuffed to pipes behind them as they sat on the toilet seats. Their mouths were stuffed with hand towels, then covered with duct tape. Shion, clearly amused, remarked on how she always wanted to do this to someone. Kasai couldn't help but laugh.
ここまでは順調ですね。
So far, so good.
問題は地下です。
The real challenge is the basement.
監視カメラで必ず気づかれます。
They'll see us on the security camera.
そのカメラはモノクロ？
Is the camera black and white?
画面は4分割？
And is the screen divided into 4 sections?
確かそうだったと思います。
I think so.
よくある防犯カメラの画面です。
It's one of those typical screens for a security camera.
ってことは解像度は良くないですね。
That means its resolution isn't that great, huh?
なら私いい手を思いつきました。
In that case, I have an idea.
シオンさん、捕虜の虐待はあまり良くないのでは？
Shion-san, maybe they've already suffered enough. The mountain dogs weren't only locked in the bathroom, but had to go through extra humiliation. Radio calls continued to come in from the mountain dogs who were fighting up in the mountains. The security guards listened to them intently over the speakers. From what they could hear, it was obvious the mountain dogs weren't doing well at all. They kept falling into traps, suffering heavy losses, all of which they had never expected. It was clear that the mountain dogs were trapped, but they even started to think that they were being lured into something bigger than a simple military maneuver. The mountain dogs had made a mistake. They assumed the club members went to the mountains to escape from Hinamizawa, but they were wrong. They were simply being lured into their enemy's carefully prepared territory. The panicked voices of the mountain dogs, Takano's yelling, and Okinogi's reprimands could be heard through the speaker. It certainly sounded like a war zone. Phoenix 1 to Phoenix.
休憩時間は終わりだぞ。俺たちも出撃する。壊滅した白鷺のポジションを埋めるんだ。
Break time is over. We're moving in. We'll take over Heron's positions.
味方の損害率はすでに致命的状況だが、敵は確実に後退を重ねてすでに包囲されつつある。
We've already suffered critical casualties on our side, but the enemy is steadily retreating and we almost have them surrounded.
もう一息だ。
We're almost there.
温存した大鳥で一気に圧殺する。
We'll use Phoenix to overpower them.
陣頭指揮はサンサが直接取られるそうだ。
The Major will take command.
俺も出るぞ。これで決着させる。
I'm going in too. We'll finish them off.
おい、隊長が出るぞ。
Hey, the commander's going as well.
大鳥も上がる。総力戦だ。
Phoenix is going in too. It's an all-out attack.
なんて奴らだ。
I can't believe this.
ってことはすでに被害は小隊規模にもなるってのか。
Have most of our units been defeated?
俺たちは何者を相手にしてるんだよ。
Who are we up against anyway?
相手はどこの特殊部隊だってんだ。
What kind of special unit are they? The security guards listening to the battle reports over the radio fluctuate between dismay and rejoicing. A cute chime rang suddenly. It was a warning chime that rang automatically. A warning chime that rang automatically when someone went through the entrance to the basement. When the chime rang, the guards were supposed to check the screen to see who was coming through. The one who looked at the screen needed a moment to comprehend what he was seeing.
Oi!
Hey!
入江首相だぞ。
It's Director Irie.
何？
What? They could see the two security guards on the first floor restraining Irie and some girl.
これ所長だよな。
This is Director Irie, right?
どういうことだ？
What's going on?
そういうことか。
I
分
get
か
it.
ったぜ。
I get it.
向こうは陽動で、こいつらが富武救出に忍び込もうとしたってことだ。
The unit fighting against the mountain dogs are a diversion. Those two are here to rescue Tomotake.
三佐に所長を連行したと連絡しろ。
Call the Major and let her know we have the Director. A buzzer sounded and a computer panel displayed information about the card being used to enter. Commissioned Officer Pass. ID 0001, Special Grade 1. Lieutenant Colonel. Kyusuke Irie, Director. Password. Dot, 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 dot. Match. Fingerprint confirmation. Dot, 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 dot. Match. How strange. The security guards brought Irie down. That made sense. But why were they using the Director's security access card? They were even using his fingerprint. Why were they having him do that? Wouldn't it be quicker for the guards to do that themselves? One of the guards figured it out, but it was too late. The door of the basement was open and the four newcomers forced their way inside. They ran through the security camera screen and were headed straight for the security room. They had them. As soon as the door opened, the security guard started firing. Kasuga realized that it had taken him a second longer to pull back. He would have been riddled with hundreds of bullets. One of the guards pushed the desk onto its side. The paper cups on the desk fell to the floor, spilling coffee everywhere. They used the desk as a barricade. The other two guards started to shoot at random. As long as the guards were shooting at the rescue unit, they couldn't counterattack. One of the guards activated the emergency alarm, another picked up the submachine gun off the wall. The other one picked up a gas mask. It was impressive that they got their act together so quickly. A situation like this would result in a fierce gun battle, meaning that it would take quite a while for the rescue team to suppress the guards. The emergency alarm sound in the basement reminded them that their surprise attack had failed. Excuse me. Shit!
一気に制圧し損ねた。
We couldn't do it.
でも敵は全員この中、袋のネズミです。
But they're stuck in that room.
この部屋に釘付けにしているうちに、サトシ君と富武さんを救出しちゃいましょう。
While they're there, we can rescue Sachi-kun and Tomotake-san. The mountain dogs outside would definitely hear that alarm. If they took too long, the enemy would come to block their escape route. Then they'd be trapped inside.
そうだ
Right.
確かセキュリティに侵入者対策で確か
I think there was something about dealing with intruders in the security system. Irie started to speak while I tried to recollect it. Shion told him that he should have remembered something like that before they came in. Before Irie remembered, a voice came on over the speakers. There has been an emergency in the entrance block. There has been an emergency in the entrance block. All areas in the research center will be shut down as an emergency measure. All entrance area staff are to gather in the security room and put on gas masks. Please follow the security guard's instructions. The gas will be disseminated automatically in the entrance area within 2 minutes. I repeat.
どうやら2分以内に制圧して警報を解除しないとやばいことになりそうだな。
So I'll have to take them down and cancel the alarm within 2 minutes, or we'll be in big trouble.
鎮圧用ガスって何ですか？
What kind of gas are we talking about here?
毒ガス？
Is it poisonous?
確かジフェニルシアノアルシンです。
Oh boy. I think it's diphenyl cyanarsin.
極めて高い
Close
濃度
enough.
ですれば危険ですが、命を直ちに脅かすものではありません。
If you inhale a lot of it, it's dangerous, but it's not deadly.
吸入後数分で作用。
It only takes a few seconds to take effect.
症状はいくつかありますが、最大の特徴は約30分間くしゃみが止まらなくなるほどです。
There are many symptoms, but the most common one is to sneeze for about 30 minutes. Isn't that also called red agent? The military used it used to use it to secure enemy territories. They either had to run out there immediately or take over the security room, but since the area had been sealed off, they couldn't escape. But there were armed guards in the security room, and if the rescue unit members even peeked around the corner, they'd be shot at mercilessly. Damn, this won't work.
これでは狙って撃つなんて到底できない。
We can't aim and shoot in this situation.
インドアの基本はグレネードか。
The basics of indoor combat. Grenades, huh?
くそ、そんなのないって。
Shit, we don't have any.
焦って飛び込めば蜂の巣です。
If we rush in, we'll be shot at.
どうすればいいんだ。
What can we do?
サトシ君は目前だというのに。
Satoshi-kun is finally within my reach.
悔しい。
Damn it. Shion pressed her forehead against her gun, gritting her teeth in frustration. As Kasai analyzed the situation, he stood up and spoke.
皆さん、私に任せてもらいましょう。
Everyone, let me handle this. Oh man. The guards in the security room were on edge too. Once the gas was flowing, everything would come to an end, but the guards knew their enemy wouldn't just sit and wait for that to happen. They'd come rushing in, regardless of the counterattack they'd face. Although the guards would still have the upper hand, it'd be a point-blank gunfight. They wouldn't come out of it unscathed. Therefore, as the deadline approached, their tension increased. The guards never even considered that the door they opened would be shut again. They fired at the door, leaving many small holes in it. After that, it all went quiet. What were they thinking? There was nowhere to hide. The gas was about to be released. Why did they close the door? For what reason did they do that? That was when a loud explosion punched a hole in the door the size of a fist. Not only the door, but the wall in the security room had a similar hole.
マグナム。
Is it a magnum?
違う。スラッグだ。
No, that's a slug. A calm voice echoed from the other side of the door.
ご名答です。
Correct.
こいつは人間を撃つ弾じゃありません。
This weapon isn't meant to be fired at a person.
威力は 皆さんほどならすでにご存知でしょう。
You know how powerful it is, right? Shit! The power of a slug bullet is limited to extremely close-range battles, but it is also incredibly powerful. After all, it's fired from a shotgun, but it doesn't scatter. A shotgun is meant to fire scatter shots, but it can be used to fire only one huge, incredibly powerful bullet. That's a slug. It's usually used for hunting. It's used to shoot at animals, not humans. If it was to be used on a human, their arms and legs would be shattered, and nothing would be left of the head. It shouldn't even be called a bullet, it should be called a cannon. It would easily pierce through the door, the desk they were using as a barricade, and any guards hiding behind the desk before slamming into the wall. The guards understood very well just how powerful it was. The kind of guns they had shot out many small bullets. The kind of guns they had shot out many small bullets. Therefore, they didn't work as well through a door. But their enemies didn't care about the door at all. Their weapon could easily pierce through anything. Hiding behind a desk didn't mean a thing.
あなた方を粉々にできることがご理解できたはずです。
You understand how powerful my weapon is, correct?
死にたくなかったら警報を切っていただきましょう。
If you don't want to die, please turn the alarm off.
落ち着け。
Calm down.
もうじきガスが出る。
The gas will be released any minute.
それまでの辛抱だ。
We have to hang in there for just a few more seconds.
その前に皆さんが内臓をぶちまけることになるとはお考えが至りませんか。
Don't you realize your guts will be scattered all over the floor before that happens? Man, Kasai is like, I'll handle this. I'm going to play a game of chicken with them, basically. Kasai's voice was extremely intimidating. Only one who truly understood the power of the shotgun could talk that way.
時間がありません。
We don't have time.
5秒でケツを取ります。
I'll give you 5 seconds.
5つ数えて警報が切れなければ覚悟していただきます。
If that alarm isn't turned off in 5 seconds, well, be prepared for that.
どうする？
Hey, what do we do?
ガスまでまだ60秒くらいあるぞ。畜生。
There are about 60 seconds left before the gas is released.
焦るな。向こうだってビビってるんだ。
Calm down, he's nervous too.
飲まれるんじゃねえ。
Don't let him take control of the situation. That was when a deep voice rang out, reverberating through the pit of their stomachs.
おい、
Hey!
人が親切に話してるのに聞いてねえのか。
I've been nice up until now, but didn't you hear what I just said? It must have been coming from the same person, but it had changed so much so quickly.
この葛西達義がてめえらを生かしてやると言ってんだ。
I, Tatsuyoshi Kasai, am giving you the chance to live.
ありがてえとは思わねえのか、ガキどもが。
Aren't you a little bit grateful for that, you pieces of shit?
お前ら、俺を舐めてんのか？
You don't think I'm serious, do you?
ああ？
Huh?
返事せんか、ガキどもが！
Oh shit, answer me! A roar and explosion sounded at the same time. The upper half of the door disappeared. Holy shit. Numerous lead balls bounced around in the room, breaking the lights and ricocheting off the walls. Shattered glass fell onto the floor. The shotgun had turned the security room into hell. The hurricane of lead balls blew violently through the room as it shattered, scattered, and destroyed everything. The guards could only cover their heads and pray. They prayed their lead balls, the lead balls wouldn't hit them and endured the falling glass. Before they had a chance to recover, Kasai jumped in through what was left of the door and kicked the desk aside. He stepped onto one guard's head and yelled at the others.
ガキどもが最初にミンチになりてえのは誰だ？
Alright, who wants to be minced first, huh?
てめえがこら！
Is it you?
さっき上等決めやがったのはてめえがこら！
What happened to that attitude just now, huh?
違う。
No, no, no!
降伏する。
I give up!
撃つな。撃つな。
Don't shoot!
何いつまで茶化ひけらかしてんだこら！
Don't waste my time, you shithead!
殺されてえか、オリサイ。
Do you want to die?
てめえとは築いてきた屍の山の高さが違うんじゃボケ。
I've dealt with far more dead people than any of you.
すんません。勘弁してください。
Sorry, please don't kill me. They dropped their guns voluntarily and got on the floor with their hands on their heads. Even Shion couldn't believe what just happened. There were several of them, and all had been amply armed. Kasai had a weapon too, but it was his presence that defeated them. Even the mountain dogs couldn't equal what Kasai once had to go through.
何てめえら昼寝始めてんだこら
What the heck are you taking a nap for?
マスク剥がされて
Do you wanna-
ガス吸わされてえのか
Do you want to inhale the gas? Do you want to inhale the gas?
とっとと警報を止めろクソガキ
I can easily rip your masks off, you know? Turn the fucking alarm off already.
でする撃つな撃つな
Okay, I'll turn it off. I will. Don't shoot, don't shoot. One of the guards got up in a hurry and switched the alarm off. Kasai stood there calmly, but they were only seconds away from the gas releasing. Shion and Kasuga came to their senses and quickly moved into the room to help Kasai subdue the guards.
葛西あんた
Kasai, you are...
こんな真似は二度としないつもりでしたが緊急措置でした
I never wanted to do something like that again, but it was an emergency. What a cool guy.
忘れてください
Please forget about it. That was a Kasai Shion knew. But in the end, Kasai hadn't killed anyone. Shion remembered Kasai telling her how terrifying shotguns were in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. That was Shotgun Tatsu, whom all the people in Shishibone were so afraid of.
急ぎましょう
But sorry,
どの道すでに警報は鳴らされています
the alarm has gone off already.
長居はできません
Can't stay for long.
そうですね
You're right.
急ぎましょう
Let's hurry. Kasuga and Kasai pulled out the guards' handcuffs and restrained them.
サトシ君どこ
Satoshi-kun? Where's Satoshi-kun? Now that the security room was under their control, Shion realized there was nothing keeping her from seeing Satoshi. She was getting anxious. Irie had shown her the map. He must be down here, she thought. Shion had already started to run.
私も行ってきます
I'm going too.
サトシ君と富武さんを助けないと
We have to evacuate Satoshi-kun and Tomotake-san.
すみません頼みます
Alright, go ahead.
1、2、3、4、5
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kasuga felt a chill running down his spine. Irie said that there were 6 security guards. Shion wasn't paying attention to anything else. She was only thinking about a reunion with Satoshi. And she still can't hear in her left ear. To make things worse, the security guard is waiting on the left side of Shion. Oh no. Shion had to regret letting her guard down just a bit too early. The mountain dog jumped out and grabbed Shion. He choked her neck with his thick arm. There was no way Shion could get out of the situation alone. Irie saw what had happened. Fortunately, their backs were turned towards him. Here was Irie's chance to attack the enemy. But, today, Irie had lost a lot of confidence in himself. He felt he hadn't done anything right all day. Fighting wasn't his expertise, so there really wasn't anything he could have done, but he was disappointed in himself for not being able to help just the same. But, in that moment, he was the only one who could do anything. If possible, he wanted to go get Kasai or Kasuga. They were both very reliable. They could take out this man in an instant. But there was no time for that. Only in this moment was his back facing Irie. And if Irie didn't do anything, the dog was sure to take Shion hostage, creating a deadlock. Enemy backup could arrive at any moment, so being in a deadlock would mean death. Therefore, Irie couldn't depend on anyone else. He had to resolve the situation himself. Oh man, action Irie. He only had one chance. Once the unit member turned around, the deadlock would begin. But was there even a way for Irie to knock him down in one shot? No, he had to. He must. There had to be something that only Irie could do. Irie took a mechanical pencil out of his pocket. It was probably the strongest weapon he had. Oh. I hope he aims for either somehow, what was back his faced? It's gotta be right in like the back of the head. Could you imagine a mechanical pencil like just being shoved full force into the back of your head to the point where like maybe like I don't know how hard you'd have to do it to do like a significant amount of damage, but like if you've got like if you're fighting for your life and you against someone who's unaware of your presence, just mechanical pencil, just like a sharp point. Ow. He screams, "Wah!"
やってくれますね所長。
Ow! Damn it, Director! Ow! Irie stabbed the man's neck with his mechanical pencil, but only scratched him a little. Why'd he go for the neck? What was he thinking? The man drew his gun, pressed it to Shion's head, and created a stalemate, just as Irie predicted.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry.
私、サトシ君のことで
Yeah, this is very
頭がいっぱい
unfortunate.
だった。
I was only thinking about Satoshi-kun. Shion's eyes were filled with tears.
さて所長、月並みで恐縮ですが、他の侵入者ともども武装解除してもらいましょう。
Okay, Director. Could you please tell your friends to get rid of their weapons?
さっきのとんでもない音は相当でかい銃を持ち込んでますね。
Going by that huge sound before, one of you has a pretty big gun.
撃たれたらたまりませんので。
I don't want to get shot with that. Come on, Irie. Remember Kasai-san from earlier? You can do it. Oh my god, this music.
笑わせます。
Don't make me laugh.
この入江機関も、そして研究区画で、
Do you really think you can deal with me?
この入江京介に取引などできるつもりですか？
Here? In this basement of the Irie Institute?
何？
He's got a home field advantage. What?
これは高野さんの開発したシャーペン型の偽装注射器です。
Don't assume this is a regular mechanical pencil. This is actually a syringe that Takano-san developed.
薬物については説明が必要ですか？
Do you want to know what was in it? Do I need to explain?
なんだと？
What? If a regular person had said that, it wouldn't have worked. But Irie was wearing his white coat, and the basement was his territory. What he just said sounded very believable. He wanted to believe that Irie was lying, but he started to feel an itch on the back of his neck.
H178 は高野さんが生み出した170番台の最高傑作です。
H178 is a drug Takano-san created. It's the masterpiece of the 170 series.
いかなる治療手段もなく、わずか数分で錯乱、妄想、頭痛、鼻水、鼻詰まり、お通じの普通、数々の激症を引き起こし、最後には自らの爪でお尻をかき破って死んでしまいます。
There is no treatment, and symptoms such as confusion, delusion, headaches, runny nose, stuffy nose, constipation, and many other things will start within a few minutes. In the end, you'll scratch your butt so hard you'll bleed to death.
治療法はただ一つ。
The only cure is...
1分以内にこの解毒剤の注射を受けることのみです。
to take the antidote within 1 minute.
嘘だ。そんなのあるはずね。
That's a lie.
すでに30秒経過です。
30 seconds have passed.
そろそろ心臓を経由して全身に回り始めてくるのです。
It's going through your heart by now, and soon it'll be everywhere in your body.
全身のリンパ腺にかゆみは出ませんか？
Don't your lymph nodes itch yet?
寝るときにいびきやおならが出ませんか？
Do you snore or fart when you sleep? Shion could only watch this pathetic act in silence. But for the mountain dog, who worked at such a shady research center, what Irie said sounded totally believable.
わかった。降参する。
Shit. Okay, I give up.
早くその治療薬を打ってくれ。
Hurry up and give me the shot.
待って。言葉遣いがなっていませんね。
Is that the correct way to ask someone to do something for you?
わかりました。降参します。
Okay, I give up, sir.
早く注射をしてください。
Please give me the shot.
ダメです。
No, that's not good enough.
ご主人様への言葉遣いがなっていません。
That's not how you talk to your master.
一度だけ指導しましょう。いいですか？
I'll tell you one more time. Are you ready?
この注射はお尻に注射しなくてはなりません。
I have to inject you in the butt.
まず四つん這いになってズボンをずらし、お尻を出します。
Get on your hands and knees with your pants down.
その際お尻は突き出すようにし、両肩はぺったり床につけるようにします。
After that, stick your butt up by putting your shoulders on the floor.
右手の親指の爪を噛みながら振り返り、そうそう。
Bite your right thumbnail and turn around. There you go.
そしてあなたはご主人様、この私めにお注射をくださいませと哀願するのです。
Shake your butt and beg me to give you the antidote.
言えませんか？
What, you can't do that?
なめかましい。そもそも古来メイドはご主人様への絶対忠誠を誓い、熱死暴行によって美徳と文化を築き上げてきたのです。
That's sad. Ever since ancient times, maids vowed complete loyalty to their masters. Their selfless devotion has created the virtues and culture we enjoy today.
そんな素晴らしい社会を作ったの近年の日本はどうですか？
But look what is happening to that wonderful Japan nowadays.
メイドの心を忘れた若者はガングロ、ルーズソックス、派手派手なハワイ装束。
Youngsters have forgotten the spirit of maids, tanned their skin, started wearing loose socks, and flashy Hawaiian fashion.
大和なでしこが情けない。
Oh, what happened to Japanese women of the good old days?
お肌をスレスレにお手入れして過剰な日焼けには要注意。
Be careful of excessive tanning and take care of your skin to keep it smooth. Irie, this is so unnecessary.
ソックスはもちろんニーズです。黒のストッキングも素晴らしい。
Socks must be knee high, of course, but garter belts are wonderful too.
いや、でもたまにはハイソックスも素敵です。そして培われるメイドの心。
But once in a while, high socks are okay too, and cultivate the spirit of a maid.
思えば日本はわびさびとメイドを忘れました。
Come to think, Japan has forgotten all about its wabi-sabi aesthetic and maids.
その結果がこの低出産率、超高齢化社会。
The low birth rate and the age society are a result of that.
今や熟年人口は増え続け、萌えメディアもその層をターゲットにするのは時間の問題。
The population continues to age, and it's only a matter of time before Moe media accommodates to that.
やがてはストライクゾーン春が真上とされてきたおばさんにもスポットライトが浴びせられ、いつしかそれが主流にすらなってゆく。
Up until now, older women's series were treated as a niche in porn shops, but eventually they'll occupy a huge corner.
おばさんとメイドの組み合わせはまさにトイレ用洗剤、混ぜるな危険。
Middle-aged women and maids are just like different kinds of toilet detergent. They're dangerous to mix.
それを混ぜるとなぜかメイドでなく家政婦さんになり、急にトレンディードラマから昼ドラっぽくなっちゃうのです。
If you mix them together, then you get housekeepers, not maids, and housekeepers will be the series of videos people watch.
それはつまりメイドの絶滅。
That would mean the extinction of maids.
その時、月は砕け、
He's about to
悲しみ
burst.
の雨を地上に降らし、地球をアステロイドベルトが覆う。
When that time comes, the moon will shatter into a sad rain upon the world, and an asteroid belt will cover the earth.
それこそが預言書に記された最後の審判の日。
That is the judgment day prophesied in Revelation.
全世界の偉大なるメイドカチューシャが多いし時、真のメイド世界が開かれる。
When the great maid headbands cover the entire world, the true king of maids will revive.
そうだそうそう。図が高い。ひざまずけ。
Listen carefully. You stand before the king of maids. Kneel.
メイドの魂よ、ここに集うのだ。
Take back the stone from that kid. Holy shit.
My castle in the maid kingdom. Wah! Yeah!
Here are the magic words. Lite, lato, perita, maid.
Maid in heaven! 大丈夫かい、しおちゃん。
Why? Are you okay, Shion-chan?
ええ、ありがとうです。
Yes, thank you.
監督、
Coach,
赤坂さんたち来てやっつけてくれましたよ。
Akasuka-san and Kasai are here. They got him.
なんですって。
What?
まだメイド教育が終わっていないというのに。
But I'm not finished teaching him about maids yet.
先生、
そいつは後ほどに。
You can continue later, Doctor.
サトシ君。
Satoshi-kun? That was just absurd. Alright, there really was nobody left to stop her. Shion ran down the hallway at full speed. It was right there. There was a huge window in front of Shion that allowed her to look inside. Shion threw herself at the window. Satoshi was there, lying on the bed. He was sleeping with an IV connected to his arm. There were some wires attached to his forehead and chest to observe his brain waves. The waves of light displayed on the machine they connected to proved that he was at least still alive. But he might be sleeping very deeply. His face was pale, and he looked like there was barely any life left in him.
生きてるんだよね。
He is alive, right?
サトシ君、生きてるんだよね。
Satoshi-kun is alive, isn't he?
落ち着いてください。
Calm down.
入江先生、早く彼を。
Dr. Irie, hurry! Irie brought in a stretcher to load Satoshi onto. Kasai opened it up.
早くサトシ君を。サトシ君を。
Hurry, put Satoshi-kun on it!
シオンさん、
Shion-san.
彼を出す前に一つだけどうしても約束してほしいことがあります。
Before we take him out of here, there's one thing I want you to promise me. Irie gave Shion a condition. What is he saying now? Shion angrily thought.
今から彼を担架に移しますが、決して起こそうとしてはいけません。
I'm going to move him onto the stretcher, but don't try to wake him up.
いいですね。絶対約束してください。
Do you understand? I want you to promise me.
どうして？
Why?
どうして起こしちゃいけないんですか？
Why can't I wake him up? That was the first thing Shion wanted to do. She wanted to tell him personally that he was free, but Irie was telling her that she couldn't do that.
辛いことですが、真実だけを手短に話します。
I know it's hard. I'm going to tell you the truth quickly.
サトシ君はあの日、末期発症により脳と心に深刻なダメージを受けました。
Satoshi-kun suffered serious emotional damage on that day.
幸いなことに命に異常はありませんが、サトシ君には目に入るものの敵味方、真実と虚構の区別がつかないのです。
Fortunately, he's alive, but he can't tell his friends from his enemies or truth from fiction.
過度の被害妄想と恐怖に取りつかれ、それから逃れるためにキュウソが猫を噛むように目の前にいるのが誰であろうと襲いかかります。
He is suffering from a serious delusion of persecution. Yeah, persecution. I don't know why that looked weird to me. And fear. To escape from that, he would attack anyone.
昨年、不用心なスタッフが整形手術を必要とするほどの大怪我をしました。
In fact, one of the clinic staff was seriously injured last year, so much that she had to go through facial reconstruction surgery.
彼はたとえあなたであっても例外としません。
He would even attack you. Shion finally noticed it. While Satoshi was covered in a blanket on the bed, there were two belts over that blanket, holding him down on the bed. And that he also had leather straps around his arms. He was restrained to the bed. The belts had some marks on them.
そんな。
But
それって治るんですか？
is he ever going to get better? The silence that followed was cruel. Irie wanted to tell her that that he would be cured, but he was a doctor. He knew he shouldn't say anything irresponsible, and so that was why he couldn't say anything.
何それ？
What is it?
何それ？
What the heck is it?
じゃあ何？
Are you saying
サトシ君はもうって言ってくれないの？
Satoshi-kun will never say anything anymore?
私の頭を撫でてくれないの？
He'll never rub my head ever again?
なんで？
Why?
なんで？
Why? Shion cried as she pounded on the
い
glass.
けません。
Stop.
彼のことを本当に大切に思うなら
If you really care about him,
どうか彼を起こさないでください。
please don't wake him up.
それはきっと彼が望むことでもあるのです。
That's what he wants, too.
起こせばそのサトシ君の姿はあなたを必ず傷つけます。
If you wake him up, he will likely hurt you.
そしてサトシ君もその姿をあなたに見せたいとは思わないはずです。
He doesn't want you to see him like that either.
ですから分かってください。
So please, try to understand.
そんな
Why? Damn. Shion slid down the window and hit the floor, crying uncontrollably. She scratched at the floor. The sad reunion and her anger made her claw at the tiles. If Satoshi's smile was there under the floor, Shion would scratch until all of her nails were gone. But Satoshi wasn't under the floor. He was right there. He was sleeping on the bed, and he wasn't supposed to be woken up.
ですが決して悪い話だけではないのです。
But there is some good news too.
微弱ですがこの1年脳波の傾向に回復の兆しが見られるんです。
It was a very small change, but his brain waves have improved just a little in the past year.
人間の体は弱くありません。たくましいんです。
Human bodies are strong.
それは脳も同じです。
The same can be said about their brains.
脳に致命的損傷を負った人が奇跡的に回復を遂げたという報告は世界中にあります。
There have been cases of people who received fatal injuries to their brains yet recovered completely.
サトシ君は帰ってこようとしています。
Satoshi-kun is trying very hard to come back.
必死に戦っています。
He's continuing to fight.
そして私も負けない。
I won't give up either.
帰ろうと戦うサトシ君をこちら側に連れ戻そうと私は今後も研究を続けます。
I'm doing my best to bring Satoshi-kun back to our side.
そして必ずサトシ君をひなみ沢に連れて帰ってみせます。
And I will bring Satoshi-kun back to Inamazawa. The brain is what moves people, but the brain is only a part of a body. If something happens to the brain, the person will end up changing. That change hurts the person himself as well as the people around him. And hurting others hurts that person even more. Irie recalled his parents. The abnormal change in his father, his mother was not able to understand that it was caused by a brain disorder. That was enough. That was sad enough. That was the reason why Irie became a neurologist. Right now, there was a young boy before him, and a young girl. Before him was a fragment of the sadness from that day, a fragment of that day's regret. After his father's death, Irie learned that he was misunderstood, and that it was due to a brain disorder. But it was all too late by then. He regretted not getting into the study of brains 5 years earlier, but it was too late. But now he had studied and experimented so much, he had achieved things, and he had confidence. But he still had regrets about that day. Irie holds his fist tightly and spoke without hiding his tears.
絶対です。
I promise.
命をかけてもいい。
I bet my life on it.
私は絶対にサトシ君をひなみ沢へ連れ帰ります。
I will bring Satoshi-kun back to Inamazawa.
この入江京介が絶対というのです。
I promise you.
そしてサトシ君も帰ってこようとしている。
Satoshi-kun is trying to come back.
互いが手を伸ばし合って届かぬわけがない。
If we reach out to each other, it will happen.
だからシオンさん、
Shion-san,
私を信じてその日まで待ってください。
please trust me and wait.
絶対
I promise you.
絶対この入江京介が彼を連れ帰ります。
I will bring him back to Inamazawa. Irie vowed this from the bottom of his heart, and he realized something. Irie realized that everything he had done was in preparation for this day. The two people in front of him weren't his parents, but he was going to rid himself of his regrets and devote himself to that promise.
本当に
Really?
本当ですね。
Are you sure?
サトシ君帰ってくるんですね。
Is Satoshi-kun coming back?
本当に
Really? Wow.
絶対です。
Yes, he is.
私の人生のすべてを捧げてでも彼をひなみ沢へ連れ帰ります。
I bet my life on it. He is coming back to Inamazawa.
だからシオンさん、
So, Shion-san,
その日を信じて私と待ちましょう。
please wait until that day.
そしてきっと私たちで彼を迎えてあげましょう。
And we'll welcome him back together.
その日まで待てますか？
Do you think you can wait until that day comes?
この悲しい事実をさとこちゃんに内緒にできますか？
Can you keep this a secret from Satoko-chan?
はい。
Yes.
サトシ君帰ってくるなら何でもします。
If Satoshi-kun is coming back, I'll do anything.
何でも我慢します。
I'll endure anything.
あれを見てください。
Please, look over there. Ah. There was something in the corner of that dark room. It was the giant teddy bear that Satoshi had bought that day.
彼がさとこちゃんの誕生日のために一生懸命
How
に
dirty it
働いて
looks.
貯めたお金で買ったものです。
He worked so hard and saved a lot of money to buy that for Satoko-chan's birthday.
あれをサトシ君がさとこちゃんに渡さないでこの世を去るなんて考えられますか？
Can you imagine Satoshi-kun leaving without giving it to Satoko-chan?
考えられないでしょう。
No, you can't, can you?
サトシ君は必ずあのぬいぐるみと一緒にあなたとさとこちゃんのところへ帰ってきます。
Satoshi-kun will come back to you, Satoko-chan, with that teddy bear.
どうかその日まで我慢をしてください。
Please, just wait until that day comes.
お見舞いに来てもいいですか？
Can I come visit him, though?
もちろんです。
Of course.
彼の脇に座ったり本を読んであげたりしてもいいですか？
Can I sit next to him and read a book to him?
それから
And?
いいですよ。
Absolutely.
きっと彼も喜ぶでしょう。
I'm sure he'd like that too. Shion started to cry again. Akasuka came in with Toмотake, but he couldn't say anything to her.
無事でよかったです。
I'm glad you're safe.
あなたに番犬を呼んでもらえれば全ては解決できます。
Once you call the Bloodhounds, everything will be okay.
実はそうもいかないのです。
Well, it won't be that easy.
さっきの保安室の銃撃戦で無線装置が壊れたようなのです。
That gunfight earlier destroyed the radio equipment in that security room.
山犬は非常時対応で村全体の通信手段を遮断しているでしょうから、ここの無線装置が損傷した以上、東京へ連絡をするには村を脱出するほかないんです。
The Mountain Dogs must have cut all the communications leading out of village, so the only way to get in touch with Tokyo would be to leave.
となれば車で強行突破するしかないでしょう。
If that's the case, we'll have to break through in a car.
ミオンさんたちもよく時間を稼いでくれています。
Mion-san and the others are doing a great job gaining some time for us.
しかし籠城ですからやがては追い詰められるでしょう。
But they will be cornered eventually.
一刻も早く富武さんを村の外へ脱出させ番犬を呼び寄せる必要があります。
We have to take Toмотake-san out of the village so he can call the Bloodhounds.
困った問題が一つ。
We have a problem.
彼らが非常時対応で電話線を遮断しているなら、同じ対応で町へ通じる街道を封鎖することになっているのです。
If they've already cut the phone lines, they must have closed the road to town too.
車両突破を防ぐため、彼らには歩兵が携帯する対戦車榴弾砲が一つ与えられているはずです。
They're also supposed to carry one high explosive anti-tank weapon in case a vehicle tries to break through.
RPG-7 ですか。
An RPG-7, huh?
戦車を想定していないでしょうから弾頭は榴弾でしょうが直撃しなくても車がひっくり返るかもしれません。
They aren't expecting a tank, so I guess they'll be using high explosives. Even if they don't hit us directly, they might flip the car.
相当厄介な相手です。
They're not easy to deal with.
しかし街道を車で突破しなかったら無駄な時間がかかりすぎる。
But unless we use the highway, it would take too much time.
迂回などしていたら日が暮れます。
We can't take any detours.
みんなもよく戦ってくれていると思うが、暮れるまで持ちこたえられるとは思えません。
They're all doing great, but I don't think they'll last until sunset.
急がないと危険です。
We have to hurry.
もたもたしてる暇はないです。
We don't have any time to waste, huh?
何が何でも富武のおじさまを沖宮に大至急。
We've got to take Mr. Toмотake to Okinomiya immediately.
監督はサトシ君と安全な場所へ。
Coach, head to a safe place with Satoshi-kun.
とにかく大至急出ましょう。
Let's get out of here quickly.
ここに敵が殺到するのも時間の問題です。
It's only a matter of time before they show up. Shion's eyes were swollen from crying, but she had calmed down. Satoshi's safety depended on their victory. They had to win for his sake, too. Although this is a very sad situation, Satoshi was alive, and he would be back someday. Shion understood that, but yet more tears poured from her eyes. Sis, everyone, thank you. You succeeded over here. Oh. Takano didn't have enough stamina to walk around in the mountains. She was running out of breath, but even so, she continued to scream at the mountain dogs on the radio. She wasn't using an intercom like the mountain dogs were. Instead, she was using the communication unit on the back of one of the dogs, so he constantly had to listen to her yelling. Damn. Everyone is so useless. How can they call themselves a special unit? Whatever happened to the famous mountain dogs, huh? Takano bit her lower lip and squeezed her left arm with her nails. Her arms had nail marks all over them. She was holding her grandfather's research scrapbook in her left hand. Even Takano didn't even know why she was holding it. Maybe she grabbed it unconsciously because she wanted her grandfather to comfort her. The mountain dogs had already suffered devastating damage. They had to walk around in an area they weren't familiar with, and they wasted their energy on the multitude of traps that had been set. Although they were as tough as can be, they were getting exhausted. Shit. Does the Major even know any commands other than attack? Nightingale 1 to Nightingale 13. Watch out. Your left wing is down. You're next. You've got to be kidding me. Why me? Damn it! He panicked. The same thing kept happening. His team members had been going down one at a time, starting from the left flank. And he was next. Did that mean the enemy was coming from his 9 o'clock? No, those demons didn't think normally. On this mountain, being aware of 360 degrees around yourself wasn't enough. Even being cautious of the ground below your feet and sky above your head wasn't enough. Where are they fucking coming from? Those bastards. Come here, come the fuck at me. Nightingale 13 held his taser in front of him as he looked around timidly. This taser could have been a powerful weapon, but it was far more effectively used indoors. On this mountain, it was almost worthless. Nightingale 13 heard a noise behind him from a bush. He thought he saw something, so he fired his taser. The electrodes flew out into the bush. Did you just imagine it? He felt a tug on his taser. The cord from the taser was stuck in the bush, and he couldn't rewind it. If it wasn't useless before, it had certainly become that way. Then he heard a noise behind him again, and this time he saw someone coming at him. But his weapon was useless. The newcomer growled at him. Ow, 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 ow. Damn you! That was all it took. Because he was so scared, he didn't think. That was exactly what Satoko expected. Satoko, who was up in the tree, dropped a metal bucket on his head. It landed perfectly. Direct hit. Oh, what the fuck? What is this? The bucket had some drawings on it. What were they? They are drawings of strange, unknown creatures. They somehow resemble those strange characters you see on educational TV programs. Aren't they just so cute? Take it home with you. That's really good. As Rina jumped out from another bush, she hit the bucket with a stick. No, maybe it should be described as a strike instead of a hit. The man flew backwards. Kechi was ready for him. The stance he was in looked a bit like... That's it. He looked like a batter in a batter's box. He was on one foot. That was the legendary one-foot swing created by that one world-famous baseball player. Destructive force can't be measured from just one direction. It's a function of both speeds added together. Both Kechi's strike and the speed of his opponent created a truly amazing destructive force. Oh, home run bunt! With an exhilarating and magnificent sound, the mountain dog flew into the air in the opposite direction. Then he rolled down on the ground and stopped. There, Rika awaited him. It was almost as though they calculated that he would end up there. Poor thing, poor thing. Pat, pat, meep, meep. Rika patted the bucket happily. This comforting moment for Nightingale 13 only lasted for a second. Mion shot her taser at his butt. Nightingale 13 jerked for a moment, then went limp. Another one down. Let's tie him up. Keshi and Rina jumped on him and tied his hands behind his back with wire. Oh, oh. That was great. What a team we are. Oh, ho, 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 ho. That was perfect. We shall do combination 7 next. Oh, oh. I want to do 5 again. Oh, you like that one, did you? You might have a hidden talent for using traps, Hanyu-san. Hanyu and Satoko high-fived. While Kechi and Rina tied Nightingale 13 up, Rika tried to sense something in the air. Is she like a sonar? Meep, meep, meep. She using echolocation? What is she? Oh my god. Bing! I feel something coming towards us from that direction. Meep, meep, meep. There are 2. And they are both very scared. Nippa! Rika reported to Mion. She was a bit like a radar. Mion didn't even care about the guy they had just knocked out. She was already trying to figure out their next move while looking at Satoko's map and using the info Riko gave her. Everyone eagerly awaited Mion's next order. Why are you looking at me that way? You haven't had enough fun yet? Yeah. I guess we're just getting warmed up, huh? Shall we continue? Let's get them all. Yeah. Mion was a great leader. She had both leadership skills and tactical ability, but more than anything else, she was great at encouraging people's spirits. There are no cowardly soldiers under a brave general, and brave soldiers fight like a million men under Mion's command. Nobody could stop Mion and her club members. Both Mion and Okanogi's original estimates were too low. Now Okanogi was thinking something else. Before they started the siege, he likened one of them to a well-trained platoon, but that didn't fit anymore. They were on par with an elite armed division. Foot soldiers couldn't beat an armored division. What Okanogi had was just company. There was the air support or a bombardment from a warship or an artillery. Where was the air support or a bombardment from a warship or an artillery base? Okanogi needed someone to pump the mountain full of holes. If he couldn't have that, he needed a submarine to fire a nuclear weapon. If he couldn't have that, he wanted to retreat. Okanogi no longer doubted it. The enemy commander was a genius. Under a mighty commander, all soldiers become heroes. He wanted to see the face of the commander, or at least he wanted to know their name. But then Okanogi remembered that demons used to live in Yanamazawa. He also realized the commander had to be a demon. 9 Gale 13 is down. Phoenix 4 is down. This is Skylark 10. I can hear the voices of children. I'm surrounded. Help me! Skylark 10, fall back! To where? This is Phoenix 9. I found R. I'm following her. I need assistance. Phoenix 9, where are you? I don't know where you are. Give me your current location. There is a fog. It's cold. Is this a riverbank? Phoenix 9, there are no rivers anywhere near us. Calm down, where are you? Oh, he's seeing ghosts. What? I can see. Oh no. My dead sister on the other side of the river. Sis. Phoenix 9! Answer me! Phoenix 9 is down. This is impossible. They must be the demons of this mountain. I know, they're all being demoned away. None of us are making it out of here alive tonight. Stop saying things like that. All unit leaders, conduct a roll call and give your members some encouragement. Our enemies aren't demons. They're just a bunch of damn kids. Show them what we've got. Uh-oh. I hear that. Whose intercom is it coming from? Not mine. It's not coming from mine. A bear! Whoa! This is Phoenix 3. Are there wild bears here? That wasn't in the briefing. Phoenix 1, let's fall back. Give us approval to use firearms. Don't be stupid. There are no wild bears around here. It's just them. Don't let them fool you. You foolish humans. Know your sins for stepping onto the sacred ground. Be grateful to me, for I am giving you a chance to atone. Damn it, she has one of our intercoms. Don't let the enemy fool you. You, fearless humans.
汝らがその身でしか知ることができないというなら、我がそれを教えようぞ。
If you can only learn by making mistakes, then I shall teach you.
ウグイスワンだ。
This is Nightingale 1.
声が来ていない。
Where is everyone?
バカだ。どこへ行った？応答しろ。
Where did you all go? Come in! Come in!
哀れなウグイスが一羽、踏み込むこと許されぬ地に迷い込む。
I see a helpless bird getting lost in a forbidden forest.
そんなにも知りたいか。
Do you want to know that badly?
鬼の世を知りたいか。
Do you want to know about the world of demons?
告げよ。人の世に別れよ。
Say goodbye to the world of humans.
我が忠告に耳を重ぬ具を今より知れ。
Curse your foolishness for not listening to my warning.
誰が決めた今のは？
Who was that?
ウグイス、天候取れ。
Nightingale, roll call.
またやられた。
One more down.
誰が沈黙した？
Who was it?
それより本部、俺の左肩には誰かいるんだよな。
By the way, HQ, I have someone on my left, right?
俺は孤立してるんじゃないよな。
I'm not alone, am I?
まだ聞きたいか。痛みを伴う声が。
Do you want to hear more painful voices?
なんだよ今の音。
What was that?
何がひしゃげたらあんな音になるんだよ。
What made that sound?
俺昔電車の飛び込みを見たことあ
I've seen someone jump in front of a train before.
る。あん時と同じだ。
It made the exact same sound.
全身がひしゃげる音だ。
That's the sound of a human body being crushed.
嫌だ。そんな死に方ごめんだ。
No, I don't want to die like that.
死にたくねえ。死にたくね
I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
え。やめてくれ、山の神様。
Please, God of the mountain, please stop.
俺も好きでやってるわけじゃねえんだ。給料もらってやってるだけなんだ。
I'm not doing this because I want to. I'm doing this because I get paid for it.
ウグイスワンより本部。
Nightingale 1 to base.
ダメだ。士気の高揚は困難。
This isn't working.
隊員の脱落と士気低下は深刻。
Too many unit members are dropping out, and it's almost impossible to get them to fight anymore.
これ以上の戦線維持は困難。
We can't maintain the battle line.
損害が増えるだけだ。
We're just going to lose more men.
だから落ち着け、ウグイスワン。
Calm down, Nightingale 1.
他の隊員は野戦の素人ばかりじゃねえか。
The rest of our soldiers are all amateurs in the field.
お前はあの地獄の卒業生だろうが。
You graduated from that hell.
そのお前が混乱してどうするんだ。
So what are you doing getting shook up?
落ち着け。お前が範を示せ。
Calm down and set an example.
本部、ウグイスワンが応答しない。
Base, there's no response from Nightingale 1.
そんな、あの人がやられるなんて。ダメだ。やっぱり悪魔だ。
I can't believe it, but he's down. This is impossible. They're demons.
ダメだ。くそ。
No. Damn it.
敵は心理戦までこなしやがるのか。
Our enemy is even using psychological warfare.
ガキどものくせにプロの不正規戦部隊に指揮減退戦術まで仕掛けやがるというのか。
Those damn punks are winning against a professional unconventional warfare unit. Radios are usually helpful communication tools, but in this case, they backfired. The club members took an intercom from a mountain dog they knocked out and used it to corner the other members psychologically. It worked even more effectively because they were in enemy territory and were unfamiliar with the terrain. The best solution would be to make everyone stop using the intercom, but that would give the enemy more chances to attack them individually. Okinogi was growing fearful of the club members, as he still hadn't grasped their true identities. However, Takano still hadn't recognized how serious the situation was. She kept yelling at the Mount Dogs to get their act together. Okinogi could tell she was exactly the type of commander who only commanded to attack and let her men die. But Takano's reckless orders were working in a way. Although the club members were winning, their area of operation was getting smaller. The club members were trying to lure their enemies to one trap area after another. In other words, they were defeating the mountain dogs by allowing them to come into their territory. The mountain dogs were about to be annihilated, but the curtains were closing on the club members' theater too. Okanogi realized his enemies were trying to finish this battle in a hurry. If the mountain dogs fell back, everything they'd done would be for nothing. He didn't want to, but he had to follow the princess's order. Okanogi figured he was finally able to get his enemies. Hanyu and Kechi continued to act over the commandeered radio. Oh, that was great, Hanyu-chan. You sounded like a real god. You really were awesome, Hanyu. I never thought a normal person could sound like that. That's because she is a god. Nipa! How, how. But Kechi was great too. His scream was incredible, like someone was strangling a chicken. Oh, ho, 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 ho. That was easy for Kechi-san, no? In our club, he is also known as the Magician of Words. As long as my opponent is a human being with ears, I can control him. I can control him. You should become a voice actor. I bet you'd be famous. Nipa! Can you hear me? I am Takano, Major Takano. I'm your boss's boss. Listen well. There's no god or demon. And if there is, then you can still fight. Drag God down from its pedestal. Skylark and Nightingale, join up and reorganize your forces. Phoenix, you join the remainder of Heron. The enemies are near the top of the mountain. Their base is probably somewhere by the Forestry Service's storage shed. They're at the top, so of course they can see our movements. They'll be trying to ambush you. Even if you have to stab each other, make sure you take them out. Major, let us arm ourselves. We need more than tasers. Absolutely not. We finally surrounded them. If we fall back, they'll escape. We almost have our hands around their necks. We just have to squeeze them. At the same time, Okanogi received another radio call. Using that line meant his caller didn't want Takano to hear the conversation. Okanogi understood the meaning of that, so he walked away from Takano and answered quietly. Command vehicle to Phoenix 1. There's been an emergency. The research area of the clinic has been attacked. We received the intruder alarm from the entrance area, but it was turned off. But whoever turned it off didn't follow the false alarm procedure. We've been trying to confirm the situation, but there's been no response as of yet. All the security unit members in the basement have gone quiet. Okanogi understood everything. He had been fooled. He suspected a diversion, but he never even thought that the heavily armed security unit of the Mountain Dogs could be bested. If the enemies were soldiers in camouflage, then he wouldn't have been fooled. He underestimated them because he thought they were kids. But now he really understood. He understood the reason why no adults had showed up in this battle on the mountain. I get it. Did you let Kuko and Tokyo know? Not yet. Would you like me to? Do it now. Tomitake has escaped. We've closed the escape route, but I guess that's no use. They defeated even the armed security unit within seconds. I don't think one RPG could stop them. Should we send reinforcements to the blockade team? Fool. If we had any extra men, the princess would have already sent them in. Actually, you're the only one who isn't doing anything. Get in touch with the blockade team. Tell them to be prepared for a vehicle trying to break through the roadblock. Roger. Roger, we'll be ready. Everyone, listen up. I just found out that the clinic has been attacked and the hostage has escaped. Actually, I'm going to take this opportunity. I'm going to go get that caffeine I mentioned earlier. So give me just 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, back. So I just found out the clinic has been attacked and the hostage has escaped. The enemy is expected to break through the blockade. Get the RPG ready. We'll fire at them all at once. We have permission to shoot. One of the Mountain Dogs nodded and opened a narrow case in the trunk of the van. In that case was a powerful anti-tank weapon designated RPG-7. This was a weapon that many said changed the history of modern warfare. After all, this terrifying weapon had a firing range over several hundred meters, and it was capable of burying most tanks in existence. The dawn of this weapon meant that we were now in an age where a lone foot soldier possessed the firepower to destroy a tank. It was capable of reshaping the history of warfare. That was the RPG-7. Each of the other 4 members had an MP5, the weapon used to destroy the tire on Irie's car. There was no question that the blockade team was well armed. They waited in the van until the enemy vehicle showed up. Once they saw a suspicious vehicle, they were planning to stop it by moving into the middle of the road. They intended to destroy that vehicle by firing all at once. They all watched very carefully for suspicious vehicles coming from Hinamizawa. This was the only road that connected Hinamizawa to Okinomiya. It would take more than half a day to get there if they used a different route. Their blockade was where the gravel road changed to a paved one. It was what people called the village border, and was the last chance to stop anyone from leaving. Hinamizawa was at a higher elevation from that point, so the vehicle would be coming downhill. They were probably expecting a barricade, as well as heavy resistance from the mountain dogs. If they wanted to pass this point, the only way would be by force. They could start a gunfight, but that would take too much time. Since they didn't want to waste any, they should avoid unnecessary conflict. Grumble. Someone's stomach growled, but nobody made fun of it. That was understandable. Since all the members were getting ready for a battle, nobody even wanted to laugh. They looked at the clock. It was almost noon. Of course, they'd be getting hungry. At that time, they heard a noise coming from the direction of Inamazawa. Obviously, the car was going very fast. Here they come! The van moved to the middle of the road and stopped there. Some of them hid behind the van, and some hid in bushes on the side of the road. They pointed their guns at the suspicious vehicle coming towards them. The car must have been going very fast. But this was a straight road. No matter how fast it was going, it couldn't escape. That car happened to belong to Kasai. The shining black paint and the sound of the engine made it clear that it was a very nice car. Wait until the last possible second. We can only fire once. Make sure to get them in one shot. The RPG-7 fires unguided rockets. Therefore, hitting a quickly moving target is extremely difficult. In this case, however, the target was straight ahead. If the car tried to swerve suddenly, it'd flip. If that was the case, it wasn't necessary to shoot directly at it. Besides, according to what Kasai said, its power can easily flip a car without a direct hit. Even if there was only one chance to fire, the mountain dogs were definitely in an advantageous position. Tomitaki-san, a suspicious van is blocking the road. Please stay low. Careful. Try to hit the nose of the van. I know. I've done this before. The mountain dogs aimed at the vehicle. It was coming right for them. Not yet. Not yet. Wait until it's within 100 meters. I know. Just range me. The mountain dogs in the bushes laid in wait, ready to fire. The rocket on the tip glinted eerily, like it was waiting for its prey. 200 meters. 200 meters. 150. Prepare to fire. The soldier put his finger on the trigger of the RPG-7. Akasuka-san, prepare for impact. 100 meters. Fire! What happened? Didn't the RPG-7 fire? That was when the one measuring the distance next to the shooter noticed something. The shooter's shoulder had been hit, and he was tumbling to the ground.
Sniper!
Was there a sniper? I didn't hear anything, so it must have been from over 400 meters away. Who cares? Fire! 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 Only the regular guns could stop the car now. The other mountain dogs fired all at once. But immediately they realized something. The car had been hit by a hail of bullets at close range. Any normal car would have been on fire in short order. But there was nothing. This wasn't a normal car. Of course it isn't. That's the Sonozaki family's specially made bulletproof limousine. Wait, is she? She's responding to the narration. She's like semi-breaking the fourth wall here. This wasn't a normal car, and then she goes, of course it isn't. Kasai! The spotter picked up the RPG. Don't let him fire! Huh. Do you think I'm going to miss him at this distance? Shion and Kasai were far beyond that straight road. They were in the enemy's blind spot on the other side of the hill, on top of an abandoned car. Shion was on her knees, checking the mountain dog's movements with a pair of military-grade, high-power binoculars. Kasai was lying on top of the car with a sniper rifle in his hands. Shion figured this would be either the mountain dogs would place their ambush, so the only way for them to beat the dogs was to snipe at them. Both Shion and Kasai took sniping lessons in the US during the dam conflict. Kasai was now aiming at the man who picked up the RPG and was trying to take position with it. Hurry up! Fire it! What? Again, the RPG wasn't fired and was down on the ground. The two who tried to shoot were both groaning and clutching at their wounds. They were both shot in the shoulder. The wounds wouldn't kill them, but they definitely couldn't fire that rocket. The car had arrived. The mountain dog screamed and dove out of its way. Casca must have been used to driving in this kind of situation. He hit the nose of the van just right and broke through the blockade. The van was hurled away and spun in a circle. After them! Let's go, let's go! As the mountain dogs tried to get back in the van, Shion and Kasai shot at them. There's a delay between the impact and the sound of the gunshot. It's an extra long distance snipe. He must be a veteran sniper. Also a veteran spotter. They must know exactly where we are. Their aim is just too precise. The scope on a sniper rifle is one specifically made for sniping. Therefore, its field of vision is so narrow that the sniper is unable to see their surroundings well. That's why it's always necessary to pair up with a spotter. A spotter uses powerful binoculars to probe the situation and communicate information to the sniper. Snipers can't do their job alone. Their potential is unleashed only when paired up with a spotter equally as skilled. They tried to stand up and climb into the van, but the ultra-velocity rifle bullets pinned them down. The bullets ripped through the air, traveling faster than the speed of sound. The noise those bullets created was nothing like the sound from a normal gun. It almost sounded like the Grim Reaper himself swinging down his scythe. Furthermore, they could see the mountain dogs, but the dogs couldn't see them. Only those who actually had experience being sniped at could understand this fear. We can't even go near the van! Forget about us, just go! Okay, we'll go after them. There was a driver and one mountain dog in the van. They had to leave, otherwise it would be too late. The driver made a snap judgment and slammed on the gas pedal. Are they after us? Yeah. They're after us. Boy, he drives well. He's catching up on that van. That's worrying. Please fend them off. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. Toмотake opened a window near one of the back seats and leaned out. Hot air blew into the car. Though the car was jolting up and down on the bumpy road, he checked the mechanism of his gun calmly. He did it naturally, as though examining his favorite camera. The gun had been taken from one of the security guards in the basement. One of the dogs in the van held the same gun in his hands. Their weapons were evenly matched. The road was no longer straight, curved like a snake. There were some bumps and sharp curves which made things in the car fly all over. A gunfight in this situation would be extremely difficult. Toмотake realized he'd run empty in no time if he wasted bullets, so instead of firing recklessly, he carefully waited for the right distance. And in doing so, tried to convince his enemy they were still out of range to make them close the gap. On the other hand, the mountain dog couldn't take it any longer. He fired, wasting his bullets on the bumpy road. Some of those bullets hit the body of Kasai's car, making a nasty metallic noise. Toмотake-san, it's not safe to lean out like that. Don't worry. A shooter that clumsy can't hit me. If he was my student, he would have to start all over. In a situation like this, it's safer to wait and see for a moment. You predict their movements, and barrage that prediction with bullets. Don't try to shoot the target. Try to let the bullet find it. Just like this. Toмотake fired for the first time, after cautiously waiting for the perfect moment. Those who understood guns would be fascinated with his shooting form. His stance was so firm he didn't lose control, even in the violent bursts of shots. Yet there was no necessary tension, and just enough slack. Despite being in such an anomalous position as leaning out from a car, Toмотake was shooting very precisely. It was nothing like what the mountain dogs did earlier. He shot at just the right time, so his bullet went where it was supposed to go. It was hard to believe that they were using the same gun. Nasty metallic sounds etched themselves into the body of the van, which made the mountain dogs realize just how good Tomitake was. Shit, he's a crazy good shot! He isn't just some office worker in Tokyo. I heard it once before. First Lieutenant Tomitake was transferred to the offices after an accident, but during his instructor years, he taught marksmanship for unconventional warfare units. Huh? What are you saying? Are you saying he's... Tomitake started to aim for the driver's seat to pressure them to give up. The mountain dogs could tell they were in a predicament. Tomitake was capable of hitting his targets easily even on such a bad road. Furthermore, they were in a bulletproof limousine, while the mountain dogs were in a regular van. The van which, incidentally, was facing the limousine in pursuit. All his shots had just been warning ones. Unless the mountain dogs called off the chase, Tomitake would start shooting at them soon enough. They had no chance of winning. Phoenix 1 to pursuit vehicle. If the blockade was broken through, that's enough. Don't go too far. Tomitake is an expert sniper. Don't throw away your lives. What do we do? Can we let them go? Roger. This is a pursuit vehicle. Abandoning pursuit. We're falling back. Looks like they finally gave up. They're slowing down. Whistle noise. Even after such a gunfight, you're still so calm. I bet you've gone through quite a bit, huh? It's all thanks to my training. Tomitake, having slid back into the car, raised his fist in victory. He was as easygoing as ever, even after a gunfight. Kasuga felt like he was finally getting to know Tomitake for the first time. Oh, did I skip a line? Oh. Nope, I didn't. I'm fine. First Lieutenant Tomitake. I'm glad you're safe. We were so worried that we couldn't get in touch with you. Tomitake was making a call from a telephone booth outside of Okinomiya. The phone lines around there were on a different network than the one the mountain dogs had sabotaged. That was why he could make the call. Tomitake called Tokyo immediately. He told Tokyo that there were some spies from the mountain dogs within Tokyo's research division, which is how they found out where he was. He also told them that he was captured, but that he had escaped. He told them that they were fooled by the diversion, and they were on the mountain as they spoke. While he was captured, Major Takano, the ringleader, had hinted at the existence of mastermind she was working for, etc. He explained everything that he had learned thus far. Please take control of the Irie Institute immediately. They've already fired repeatedly. It'll only be a matter of time before the villagers find something out. I urge you to give the command for the Bloodhounds to take action. Hello, this is Oka from the Research Division. I'm glad you're safe. The Bloodhound's already standing by in the air, approximately 30 kilometers south of Hinamizawa. We've been requesting an order to move in, but the higher-ups are stubborn and don't want any problems, so they've been hesitating. But if you're safe, then that makes things simple. I'll tell them what you just told me now. I'm sure they'll approve the operation immediately. The The bloodhounds will arrive within 20 minutes.
つい今、高野さん佐と小野木兄に逮捕命令が出たぞ。
Hey, we just got an arrest order for Major Takano and First Lieutenant Okinogi.
入江機関の即時制圧と山犬への武装解除命令も出た。
We also got orders to secure the Erie Institute as well as to disarm the Mountain Dogs.
君のおかげだぞ。でかした。
All thanks to you. Great job. Tomitake walked out of the telephone box.
話はつきましたか？
Is everything settled?
ええ、
Yes.
番犬部隊が鎮圧に緊急出動するそうです。
The bloodhounds are moving in.
すでに近くに空中待機していて、20分ほどで吸収するそうです。
They're already standing by in the air. Should arrive within 20 minutes.
どの程度に強いんですか？
How powerful are they?
その番犬という連中は。
These bloodhounds, that is.
山犬が機密保持のための多目的部隊だとしたら、番犬は戦闘のみに特化した精鋭部隊です。
The Mountain Dogs are a multi-purpose unit, largely deployed to preserve secrecy, but the Bloodhounds are elite units specially designed to do battle.
装備も人材も比べ物になりません。
Both their skills and their equipment are far superior.
おそらくあっという間でしょうね。
Things will be taken care of very quickly. Casca looked at his watch. It was about 12:30. The Bloodhounds would arrive in about 20 minutes. Casca remembered how hungry he was. It was lunchtime already. If he was brave enough, he would head to a noodle shop. By the time he was done, everything would have ended. For the Mountain Dogs, who fought well until the last possible moment, it was ending rather too soon. They were in an area where rice fields and a residential area mix. It was the border of Okinomiya. The sun was covered by a thin layer of silver clouds, and a cool breeze was blowing. It looked like it might even rain a little. The two of them couldn't even remember how many times their lives were threatened that day. They wanted nothing more than to let the rain soak their bodies. After a while, Casca spoke.
どうしますか？富武さん。
So what do you think, Tomitake-san?
どうするって何をね。
What do you mean?
私、ひなみ沢へ戻ろうと思っています。
I think I'll go back to Inamazawa.
まだみんな戦ってる。
They're still fighting.
そうだね。
Yeah, that's true.
でもいいのかい？
But are you sure?
一度はくぐり抜けた視線だよ。
We are safe here.
リカちゃんが待ってる。
Rika-chan is waiting for me.
まだ約束は果たし終えていません。
I haven't kept my promise yet.
なら戻ろう。
Okay, let's go back.
僕も用事があってね。
I should have something to take care of too.
ちょうど戻ろうと思ってたんだよ。
I was thinking of going back anyway.
赤坂さんはヘリの旅の経験はあるかい？
Kasuka-san, have you been on a helicopter before?
乗せてもらえることになってるんだ。
I have a permit for one. They watched the breeze blowing over the rice fields for a while, then returned to the bullet-ridden car. The car started up quickly, and they drove it back the way it came. It was only noon. There was still plenty of time before the Watnagashi festival began. Clouds covered the sky, and it suddenly grew cool. It was going to rain a bit, according to Okinogi's intuition. He already knew that their enemy had broken through the blockade, but he hadn't told Takano about it. By then, it really didn't make any difference if she knew or not, and he also wanted to reach the top of the mountain. Okinogi was only thinking about one thing. He was thinking about the enemy's commander, who made the day so horrible for him. He just couldn't accept his defeat until he saw the enemy's commander face to face. The battle was already lost. They just had a princess who didn't think they had yet. With the rest of the Mountain Dogs fallen to the traps and ambushes, Okinogi had ordered all units except his own to fall back from the front line and into the vehicles. The only ones left to go on were the very determined princess, Okinogi himself, and a handful of exhausted members of the Mountain Dogs who could barely walk. Eventually, the slope became a little more gentle. Okinogi and his companions finally arrived at the storage shack of the Forest Service. The club members were already aware that the Mountain Dogs had been almost totally annihilated. Both the numbers and strength of the dogs had fallen far below that of the club members. Therefore, when Okinogi saw his opponents light up there to welcome them, he wasn't surprised. It was all the kids who'd driven the mountain dogs to destruction that entire day. They had also fought with everything they had. Though they overwhelmed us from start to finish, they had used up all their stamina and were on their last legs as well. Still, their willpower kept them standing. A will born of the victor's honor, which God granted only to the winners. There she is! It's R, Okinogi, capture her!
サンサ、よくもこんなざまの我々をこき使えるもんです。
Major, how can you even say that to us under these circumstances? What? Are you disobeying my order?
まさか。
Oh, no.
逆らう気なんか最初からありませんやね。
I have no intention of doing that. Okinogi removed his communication unit, his taser, and all the heavy equipment he had been carrying. Then he unbuttoned his shirt and told his men to stay put as he stepped forward. He strode forward about half of the distance toward the club members.
山犬の大鳥ワンことおこのぎだ。
I am Okinogi, also known as Phoenix One of the Mountain Dogs.
お前らのリーダーに敬意を表する。
I'm here to pay my respects to your leader.
名前を聞かせてくれ。
May I have their name? The club members looked at each other. One of them was a girl taller than the others. She couldn't be that old, but her hawk-like eyes were as sharp as a veteran soldier's. Okinogi didn't know her circumstances, but only those whose lives were threatened on a daily basis had eyes like that.
部長、園崎美音。
I'm the leader of this club. My name is Mion Sonozaki. The girl stepped forward.
いくつだ？
How old are you?
いや、年齢なんてどうでもいい。
No, your age doesn't matter.
朝からの沖宮署での騒ぎからこの山での戦いまで、すべてお前の指揮なのか？
From the turmoil at the police station this morning to this battle on the mountain. Were you responsible for it all? The girl didn't answer, but her silence confirmed it more strongly than anything she could have said.
この戦はお前らの勝ちだ。
You've won this battle.
まだ負けてねえと思ってるのはうちのお姫様だけさ。
Our princess is the only one who can't understand that.
もう今さらどうにもならねえ。
There's nothing else we can do at this point.
富武は封鎖線を突破。
Tomitake broke through the blockade.
沖宮にすでに到着して東京に連絡を取っただろう。
I'm sure he's already called Tokyo.
鎮圧部隊がいつここにやってくるか知らねえが、それも時間の問題だ。
I don't know when the suppression unit will arrive, but it's just a matter of time, I'm sure.
笑いたきゃ笑え。爪ってやつさ。
If you want to laugh, go right ahead.
おこのぎ、何をやってるの？
Okinogi, what are you doing?
その女は敵のリーダーよ。倒しなさい。
That's the enemy commander. Take her down.
お姫様が何か言ってるが気にするな。
Don't pay any attention to her.
望みは何？
What do you want?
お前も大将。
You are a leader.
俺も大将だ。
So am I.
わかるな。
You understand, don't you?
あいつ降参したんじゃないのか？
Is he surrendering?
レナにはわかる。
I can understand.
あの人は今日敵の指揮をしていたんだよ。
He was in charge of the whole army,
そして部下がみんなやられた。
and all of his men are down.
だから、はいそうですかって言って負けを認めるわけにはいかないの。
So he can't just nod his head and accept defeat.
我が身を犠牲にしてしか大軍の将は見そげないというのですか？
So the defeated general can only requite himself by sacrificing himself, huh?
いいよ。
Fine.
あんたが納得するようにすればいい。
Do what you need to do to satisfy yourself. Do what you need to satisfy.
感謝するぜ。
I appreciate it. Mion took a stance. Okinogi took a stance too. Although Okinogi was nothing like Akasuka, he was still a close combat specialist. Even when exhausted, there was no way Mion could defeat him. Takano thought so too. She thought Mion was underestimating Okanogi, but Mion knew. She knew that she was the only one who could put him at ease. Are you ready? Take this! Huh? Okanogi, readied, launched sharp from his waist. But Mion deflected it to the side with her elbow, wrapped her arm around underneath it, wrenching it back behind him and forced it up into a hold. And then she twisted his arm even further. Okanogi was certain she was going to snap a bone. It was an excellent technique. She took his arm in one flowing motion. It was clear that Mion's self-defense techniques weren't spur of the moment. However, she didn't break Okanogi's arm, but instead threw him onto the ground. She didn't deliver the final blow, but rather chose to look down on him. Damn. He's getting humiliated over and over again. Not bad. Okanogi, what are you doing? Hurry up and subdue her! Shut up! You just shut up and watch! This is a battle between leaders of men! Okanogi got up quickly, took a stance once again, and then swung his arm down. But Mion avoided it effortlessly, and just like she did before, she grabbed his arm and turned it around. They were in the same position as before. And just like what happened then, she didn't break his arm, but threw him onto the ground and looked down on him. A rotation throw, huh? The way you move, it's not the Yoshinkan technique, is it? Is it that classy Kobukan one? By the way, when you take your opponent's arm, you can knee him in the face if you want. I see. I'll try that next time. Oh wow, Mion is incredible. She's actually standing toe-to-toe with their commander. Okanogi, use your weapons! What do you think you're doing? Here I come! Ah! He had a stronger drive this time. He tried to kick right through her from a step and a half away. Yet, this time Mion stepped in to launch her own attack, jumping right towards the foot, trying hard to kick her. Mion kept herself low as she entered close range with Okanogi, shutting out his leg trying to kick her. So of course, he went after her head. Okanogi raised his right arm to elbow her in the skull, but this time Mion rose up, using both hands to keep his arm from swinging down. Unlike the flowing motions from earlier, this was simply a contest of strength. His physique was overwhelmingly superior to hers, so she couldn't win that test of strength. But, suddenly, Mion let go, and allowed Okanogi's elbow to come down. Then, she stepped to the side. It's another repeat of before. Okanogi's arm was held to his back, and he ended up in the same position. But what came after was different. Okanogi's face lowered as Mion lifted his arm up high, and then she swiftly brought her knee into his face. It was exactly the technique that Okanogi told her about just earlier. And once again, he was down on the ground.
So,
that's it. You learn quickly, don't you? You know strategies, tactics, and combat. You already have everything you need to be an effective commander. You should have been in my position. You should have been the one to lead those shitty mountain dogs. Huh? Sorry, I never want to be a leader of a shady unit like yours. Mion scoffed. Okanogi took it with a smile too. He wasn't trying to be humble, it was just his pure reaction. You're right. You shouldn't waste your talent on Japanese unconventional warfare units.
サスでもデルタでもスペツナズでもどこでも最高の人材になれるだろうぜ。
I bet you could lead in the SAS, Delta, Spetsnaz. Whichever you joined, you'd be one of their best.
何しろ
In any case. Laugh, 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 laugh. SAS?
デルタフォー
Delta Force?
スくだらないね。
Lame.
そんな退屈なところじゃ私を飼いならせやしないよ。
All of that is just way too boring.
そうだろうな。
Yeah, I guess you're right.
そうだろうよ。
You're right.
なら聞かせてくれ。
Then tell me,
お前ほどのやつなら何の隊長を望む？
what kind of folks do you want to be CO for?
隊長なんて興味ないね。
I'm not interested in being in charge of any units at all.
部長でいいね。
Being a leader's fine.
部長。
A leader?
英国情報部あたり。
The leader of the British intelligence service, huh?
妥当だな。
That's fitting.
ダメダメダメ。
She's like, no, you fucking idiot. No, 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 no way.
あのね、私がやりたい部長はたった一つ。
Listen, there's only one club I want to lead.
南沢分校の若部の部長だけさ。
That's the club in our Hinamazawa branch school.
罰ゲームのない戦いなんてごめんだね。
I'm not interested in games without penalties.
口先の魔術師、前原圭一。
The magician of words, Kechi Maibra.
カーリーモードの竜宮レナ。
A seeker of all things adorable and cute, Rina Ryugu.
トラップ使いのサトコに、萌え落としのリカちゃん。
Trap Master Satoko, and the charming enticer Rika-chan.
そして期待の新人、フルデ羽生。
And last but not least, our newcomer, Hanyu Furude.
これだけ揃ってなけりゃ、世界のどこだろうと退屈だね。
I'll never find anything more fun than playing with them, even if I search this entire world.
勝てね
No wonder.
え。勝てねえよ。
No wonder we couldn't win.
こんなやつが隊長だったんじゃ勝てるわけねえよね。
With her as our leader, there was no way we could have won. Okanogi!
しっかりなさい。
Get a hold of yourself! Takano yelled at him, but Okanogi didn't hear it.
これでウォーミングアップはいいだろう。
Are we finished with the warm-up?
次の一撃でぶち抜いてやるぜ。
This next one is for real.
当たったら死ぬぞ。
You're going to die.
覚悟しな。
Be ready for that.
キナ、
Come on.
あんたに似合いの最後をくれてやるよ。
I'll give you a fitting end.
あんたが欲しいと思ってる。決定的な最後をくれてやるよ。
Something you've been wanting all this time.
よく言ってくれた。
Good enough.
よく言ってくれたぜ。
Here I come! Okanogi took about 5 steps backwards and breathed deep. His body twisted as he gathered all his spirit into his right fist. Just as he said, this next attack would be for real. He was putting everything he had into this one final blow. Mion narrowed her eyes, preparing to parry the blow with her side. The sky began to stir. They both felt raindrops on their foreheads.
行くぜ。
Here I go.
殺すからな。
I'm gonna kill you.
殺しに来いよ。
So come get me, okay?
あんたのお祈りが済んだらいつでも来な。
Whenever you're done praying, go right ahead. That one tense moment was suddenly brought to an end. He dashed forward from a low position, just like a runner from a starting line. Then he added the twist from his body into the blow, as his right arm roared with all of his power. A bolt of lightning punctuated that moment in time, burning the moment into our eyes. In that moment, Mion's stance hadn't changed at all. No, maybe she moved like lightning in the moment it struck. We had to recall the moment burned into our eyes to review the scene. Okanogi had swung with his right fist, which had enough power to shatter Mion's bones. So what if 100% of his power was directed back at him in a counterattack? When the lightning struck, Okanogi's body had been flying through the air. It was a legendary technique in Japanese martial arts, passed down in judo and aikido, the air throw. It looks as if one is being thrown without his opponent even touching him, a miraculous technique that occurs at lightning speed. Of all the techniques Mion possessed, it was the most sublime, advanced technique she could administer on the defeated General Okanogi. The feeling of freedom while flying in the air is more memorable than the impact of hitting the ground, supposedly. When Okanogi hit the ground behind Mion, a heavy rain suddenly began to fall. Oh, and just as it did, a massive helicopter appeared from the other side of the mountain. The helicopter's rotor stirred up the air and blew away the raindrops like in a tornado. The rotor sounded much like a tornado too. A rope uncoiled from the rear of the helicopter, and soldiers came sliding down it, one after another. The onlookers were stunned for a moment before realizing what they were seeing. It was the Bloodhounds. The Bloodhounds that Tomotage had called in. Having realized how bad the situation had become, Okanogi returned to the other members of the Mountain Dogs. Nothing was going their way anymore. The Mountain Dogs ran down the slope and disappeared into the woods. They dragged Takano with them, who couldn't understand what was going on. A voice echoed from a speaker attached to another helicopter circling around the mountain. To all staff of the Irie Institute. Today at 12:30 p.m., the Institute's independent authority was frozen and is now under the control of the Bloodhounds. As of the same moment, HQ has ordered complete disarmament of all Irie Institute staff. All Mountain Dogs are to disarm themselves immediately and gather at the parking lot of the Irie Clinic, or at the storage shack at the top of the mountain. Failure to respond accordingly results in discipline under not only civilian law, but under self-defense force rules as well. Bloodhound members continued to slide down the rope from the helicopter. Even at a glance, they were very different from the Mountain Dogs. They were armed more heavily, and the guns they had were much larger. Such things clearly differentiated the two units. Does this mean that we have won? I don't know. I've never seen this before, so I don't know if we really did. Satsuko and Rika sat down and hugged each other. They were both soaked in rain, but they still sat down in the mud. Mion stood solemnly in the rain as the leader of the winning team. The Mountain Dogs had abandoned the field. They all ran away with their tails between their legs. Kechi and Reina ran over to Mion.
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 Mi-chan.
Mi-chan.
終わったね.
It's over.
ああ。これで部活は終わりさ。
Yeah. Club activity is over.
リカちゃんも無事?
Rika-chan is safe.
みんなも無事?
Everyone else is safe.
みーちゃん、勝ち取れる最高の勝利を勝ち取ったんだよ。
Mi-chan, it's our victory.
ミオンがみんなを率いたんだ。
You led us this far, Mion.
ミオンのおかげの勝利さ。
It's all thanks to you. But Mion didn't seem to be listening to Kechi and Reina. Instead, she mumbled to herself.
私さ、部活の罰ゲームって好きなんだよね。
Like punishments.
Huh?
Huh?
部活ってさ、残酷だよね。
Club activities can be cruel, huh?
仲間で戦い合ってさ、ビリを決める。
We fight to decide who's the loser.
つまりそれは、その子がビリだってみんなが見下すことなんだよね。
We fight to decide who's the loser. So that means everyone looks down on whoever does lose, right?
見下してなんかいねえだろ。
We don't look down on anyone.
楽しく罰ゲームをしてそれでおしまいさ。
We just do the punishment, and that's it.
そう
Yeah.
罰ゲームで楽しく遊んでそれで終わり。
We do the punishment, and that's it.
敗戦のショーの責任をさ。楽しくみんなで笑ってそれでチャラにできるから好きなんだよね。
We all enjoy laughing at the loser, and then forget about it. That's why I like what we do.
負けた本人も含めてみんなで笑って。
We all laugh, including the one who came in last.
誰も傷つかない。
Nobody gets hurt.
みんなで楽しく笑っておしまいにできる。
We all laugh, and then we're done with it.
おこのぎってやつは
That Okanogi guy
私に投げ飛ばされて
thought he couldn't purify sins
叩きのめされなきゃ自分の罪がさ
unless he was defeated
見
by
そげ
me.
ないって思ったんだよね。
Unless he was defeated by me.
そりゃさ今日何度もヤバい目にあったよ。
I mean, sure, it got pretty serious.
殺されそうに何度もなったよ。
We were almost killed too.
でもさもう終わりでしょ。
But it's all over, right?
ゲームセットなんだよ。
The game is over.
なのに彼らにはチャラにする罰ゲームがないんだね。
And even though it is, there's no punishment for the mountain dogs. Mia might have realized something when she threw Okanoki. Guess she didn't think anybody else could understand that.
ミオンが何を言ってるのかわからねえよ。
I don't know what you're trying to say, Mion.
もう忘れろ。
Forget about him.
あいつらはもう終わりさ。
It's all over for them anyway.
そうだね。
Yeah, you're right.
これでもうすべて
Everything
お
is
しま
all
いなんだね。
everything is all over now.
みんな生きてる。
We're all alive.
誰も怪我してない。
Nobody gets seriously hurt.
今は最高のハッピーエンドを喜ぼうよ。
So let's enjoy our happy ending.
そうだな。
That's right.
誰もやられなかった。
Nobody got hurt.
最高のハッピーエンドじゃねえか。
It really is a happy ending. While they hadn't yet confirmed Shion and Kasai's safety, they were correct. This was a happy ending that they all had been fighting for. However, Mion was still thinking. She only understood the reason for that in the moment the thunder struck. But as soon as the flash of lightning disappeared, her understanding vanished as well. All she could remember was that she noticed something very important, and that shortly after, she completely forgot about it. She could only feel a great sense of loss. The bloodhounds soon surrounded the club members. At first, they thought the club members were their enemies, but when Tomotake appeared, he explained the whole situation. The commander of the bloodhounds appeared to beg the club members not to say a word about anything, as it was a politically sensitive incident. It was amusing to see a man like that beg while carrying all those weapons. Of course, they had no intention of talking to anyone about it. Once that ended, it all felt like a bad dream. If, on the following day, someone asked them what they had been doing, they might not even remember it. This day was that unrealistic for them. So even if they were asked, they wouldn't say a word.
Rika-chan!
Rika-chan!
無事でよかった。
I'm glad you're safe. Akasaka!
無事でよかったのです。
I'm glad you're... I'm glad you're safe too. Meep, meep, meep. She's meeping.
こっちも大成功だったよ。
Rika do be meeping. It all worked out great too.
そっちもみんな無事かい？
Are you alright?
入江診
Or
療
are you
所は
all
す
alright?
でに彼らが制圧したそうだよ。
The clinic has been occupied by the bloodhounds.
山犬の隊員たちも続々と投降に応じてる。
The mountain dogs are all surrendering too.
隠れていた入江先生ともう一人の少年も彼らに保護されたそうだよ。
Dr. Irie and a boy he was hiding with have been put under the bloodhounds' protection as well.
監督も無事ですのね。
Coach is safe too, is he?
よかったですわ。
I'm very glad about that.
少年？
Wait, a boy?
はて、どなたでございましょうね。
I do wonder who that could be.
富田さんか岡村さんあたりが巻き込まれて怪我でもしたのかしら。
Oh, she doesn't know. She doesn't know. Where's the image? She doesn't know. I do wonder who that could be. Perhaps Tomita-san or Akamura-san were injured?
さとこ
Satoko,
本当に良かったのです。
I'm very happy for you. Rika's smile made it clear on what she had gone through. Someone could only smile like that after a long and exhausting struggle. Satoko had no idea what the smile meant. How much time would be needed to make her understand? Still, Irie will do something about it. For certain, he'll bring Satoko's Nini back home.
そうだ、さとこ。
That's right, Satoko.
今日のお注射をしていないのではないですか？
You haven't taken your shot today, have you?
お注射をしないとダメなのです。
You can't forget about that.
あ、そうでしたわね。
Ah, quite true.
こんな時にも注射をやめちゃいけないなんて面倒な話ですこと。
How troublesome that I can't forget about the shot, even in this situation. Satoko seemed to have no idea that her medication was connected to the syndrome. Perhaps she was already aware, but pretended not to be. Rika vowed to herself that no matter how long it took, she was going to witness with her own eyes the moment her best friend finally parted with her tragic past.
このお注射も日に2回で助かりますわよね。
At least I only need to take the shot twice a day.
以前の3回の時は本当に大変でしたわ。
It was 3 times for the previous one. Satoko also had no idea that Satoshi was involved in the development of her medication. Irie had said that Satoshi, as a specimen, had contributed much to Satoko's treatment. Even while asleep, Satoshi longed to ease the burden on Satoko, and those feelings must have influenced Satoko's medicine somehow. Satoko had to inject herself in the stomach. For privacy, she ran into the grove of trees to give herself a shot. There was no danger in her doing so. One after another, the bloodhounds dropped down from the helicopters. Each helicopter must have carried at least 20 to 30 soldiers. There was one helicopter at the top of the mountain, and 2 more halfway down the slope. Troops were pouring down from all of them, leading to the impression that the entire mountain was under the bloodhounds' control. Nobody fired their weapons even once. The mountain dogs had no choice but to surrender. It wasn't raining hard at all. The sky should clear up after 20 or 30 minutes. It was the volatile weather typical of early summer. Satoko soon returned, and spoke to her best friend.
リカ、羽生さんの姿が見えませんわね。
Rika, I haven't seen Hanyu-san around.
さっきまで一緒にいましたのに。
She was here a moment ago. Huh?
羽生
Hanyu?
羽生
Hanyu?
どこ
Sorry, there's like a little bug on my mic. Trying to just chill. Get out of here. So yeah, Hanyu, where are you? I'm gonna blow really hard on the bug. How fucking dare a bug interrupt the finale to Higurashi? It was stupid of me to think that Tokyo had sent more support. They're acting as if they've known of their loss for a while now. I was the only one who didn't know.
どういうことなの？
What's going on?
状況がさっぱりわからないわよ、小野木。
Tell me this minute, Okanogi.
手詰まりってやつです。
This is it.
富武が呼んだ番犬が到着したんですよ。
They're the Bloodhounds. Tomitake called them in.
番犬？
The Bloodhounds?
名前は聞いたことあるけど。でも山犬と似たようなものでしょ？
I've heard that name before, but aren't they similar to the Mountain Dogs?
どうして応戦しないのよ？
Why aren't you fighting back?
ご冗談は。
You've got to be kidding me.
山犬は所詮傍聴部隊です。
We Mountain Dogs are simply a counterintelligence unit.
対して番犬は本間門の戦闘部隊ですわ。
On the other hand, the Bloodhounds are a real combat battalion.
花から勝ち目なんざありませんね。
There's no way we could defeat them. The remaining 3 members looked at me in exhaustion.
大体どうして番犬が来るのよ？
Why are they here in the first place?
富武は捕まえてるのにどうして？
We captured Tomitake.
他にスパイがいるんじゃないの？
Are there more spies?
それは誰よ？
Who are they?
さんさ、すでに診療所が襲撃され、富武2位が奪い返されたことはご存知ないのですか？
Major, The clinic was attacked earlier. Haven't you heard the first Lieutenant Tomitake escaped? One of the three spoke up timidly, but Okinogi signaled him to shut up. Nobody told me this. When did that happen? What's going on, Okinogi? Wasn't there a blockade exactly so that they couldn't escape the village? He is so tired of her. They aren't even responding to me anymore. I've been left behind. I'm the only one who didn't know. I'm being left out. The members looked at Okinogi, waiting for his command. Nobody is waiting for my order. Nobody even cares about my orders. Commander, there's a radio call from the command vehicle. One of the members handed the intercom to Okinogi. This is Phoenix 1. Commander, final orders from Kuko. Kuko bird. Execute. Kuko. Kuko. Roger that. The Bloodhounds have us surrendered. Or surrounded. Have us surrounded. Can't speak. We're being advised to surrender. What should we do? Command vehicle? No. Ota and Adachi, good work. You're cleared to surrender. Disarm yourselves and follow the orders of the Bloodhounds. Roger that, Commander. All units, listen up. The command vehicle has been compromised. The clinic is probably in the enemy's hands as well. We've lost all of our backup, as well as equipment. All teams have been wiped out. I'm sure everyone is disarming themselves. The Mountain Dogs have been completely defeated. Not yet. Get in touch with Nomura-san in Tokyo. The Bloodhounds? So what? She'll send in units who can beat them immediately. R is still alive. We can activate the final operation. I must let Nomura-san know that. We have to restore communication to Tokyo. We really shouldn't have cut the telephone connections. But we did. So I'll have to recover the command vehicle. She's so delusional. She's so delulu. We'll get in touch with Tokyo on the radio. It's almost kind of pathetic. How upset she is and how powerless she is now in this moment. Fortunately, the command vehicle surrendered without resistance, so I'm sure the Bloodhound's guard is down. Okinogi, you and the other three will be enough. It's still the 19th of June. The operation starts on the 21st? Or is it supposed to be the 22nd? We still have time. We'll manage, Okinogi. Go recover the command vehicle immediately. They're like, fuck no. Why can't you follow my orders? I'm a major. I'm your superior. Why are you listening to Okinogi, but not me? Major. Didn't you hear what the helicopter said earlier? We've lost. There's absolutely nothing we can do anymore.
何を言うのこのぎ。
What are you saying, Okanogi?
まだよ。もうくじけるの？
Are you already giving up?
あなたも R が生きているのを見たでしょ？
You saw that R is alive, didn't you?
今日の一日が狂い出したのは R が死んだなんて噂が流れたからよ。
What happened today was all because of the rumor that R was dead.
でも R は生きていた。
But she's alive.
今日の一日はなかったことになるのよ。
That means today didn't happen.
緊急マニュアルはまだ生きてるわ。
We can still use the emergency manual.
女王感染者が生きている以上、改めて殺せば、そこから48時間の緊急マニュアル執行可能な時間が。
As long as the Queen Carrier's alive, all we have to do is kill her. Then we'll have 48 hours to execute the manual.
サンサ、緊急マニュアルがどうこうって次元じゃもうないんですよ。
Major, it's far beyond that point already.
もう東京は女王感染者とか、それが死んだら48時間とか。
Tokyo doesn't care.
どうでもいいんです。
Tokyo doesn't care about the Queen Carrier or the 48 hours after death.
終末作戦は完全に失敗しました。
Our final operation is a complete failure.
我々のクライアントはすでに証拠の隠滅に走り回っているでしょう。
Our clients must be running around desperately trying to destroy evidence.
我々の役目ももうおしまいですわ。
Our job here is done.
山犬なんて面白い部隊を10年ほど指揮させてもらいました。
I commanded the Mountain Dogs for about 10 years.
貴重な経験ができましたが、
It was a valuable experience.
それも今日でおしまいです。
But it's all over today.
そしてサンサ、あんたの役割ももうおしまいです。
And Major, your job is over too.
何よそれ。
What?
私の役割。
What do you mean my job is over?
何のことよ。
What are you talking about?
サンサ、
Major,
あんたの役目はその手に持っておられるスクラップ帳を育て上げることでした。
your job was to rear that scrapbook in your hands.
何の話よ。
What are you talking about? I didn't expect Okanogi to start talking about my grandfather's scrapbook.
ピナミザワ症候群って病気があることは疑いません。
I don't doubt that there's a disease called Hinamazawa syndrome.
だが女王が死ぬと48時間で村中が大パニックになるってのは見た者がいません。
But the whole village going into a panic 48 hours after the queen dies? No one's ever seen that happen.
本当か嘘かなんて分かりゃしないんですよ。
No one knows if that's true or not.
バカなこと言わないで。
Don't be ridiculous!
ほら、書いてあるわよ。
Look here! It's somewhere in here!
どこのページかしら。
Where? I know it's in here!
他の類似の脳内寄生重症の症例から類推して、統計的にどこよ。こんな時に限って。
From the studies of other similar parasites in brains that the statistics say, damn it, where is it? Oh! I flipped through the pages of the scrapbook in a panic. I can't even remember which page I'm looking for. Okanogi slapped the scrapbook aside, and it thudded. No, it landed in a muddy puddle, so splashed onto the ground. The open pages of the scrapbook were face down in the muddy water, and already turning color as I soaked up the mud. What are you doing? She's about to die. This is the most important! As I crouched down to pick up the scrapbook, Okanogi stepped on it. The splash of muddy water hit me in the face. I had to witness my precious scrapbook being stepped on and covered in filth.
Sansa.
Major.
このスクラップに書いてあることが本当だろうとでっち上げだろうとどうでもいいことなんですね。
I don't really care if what's in this scrapbook is true or false.
真実だろうと虚偽だろうと実は誰も気にしてませんのですわ。
As a matter of fact, nobody does.
それはどういう意味よ。
What do you mean by that? I tried to get the scrapbook from under Okinogi's foot, but I couldn't pull it out.
東京のクライアントが期待してたのは、そのスクラップ帳の中身をどれだけの人間が信じてくれるかってことなんです。
The clients in Tokyo merely wanted to see how many people would actually believe what's in the scrapbook.
本当か嘘かはどうでもいい。ただ、信憑性さえありゃよかったんです。
They didn't even care if it was the truth or lies, as long as it was believable.
本当か嘘かどうでもいい。
They didn't care?
そうです。
No.
どっちでもいいんです。
They didn't.
でっかい研究所で偉い先生方が研究してこれこれこういう結果ですっていう専門用語だらけの難しい資料を作ってくれて
They just wanted some famous doctors to research the subject and come up with a report full of difficult terminology so they could deceive people.
中身などろくにわからねえ連中を騙せるだけの信憑性ってやつをそのスクラップ帳に与えることがあんたの役割だったんです。
That was your job. Man, this is rough to probably hear for Takano here.
嘘なんかじゃないわ。
No, this isn't a lie.
私と祖父が何年にもわたって研究してきて。
My grandfather and I researched it for so many years.
足をどけなさいよ。
Come on, move your foot. The scrapbook is getting soaked through. I'm trying my best so that it's not ruined, but it's no use.
女王が死んだら村は皆殺し。
The queen dies, and the village must be killed.
そういうとんでもない話をお偉方に納得させられりゃよかったんです。
All you had to do was convince the higher-ups of that crazy story.
南沢症候群が脳みそに寄生してどうこうとか、んなことは誰も興味ない。
Nobody cared about parasites to begin with.
政治的アクションに使えるかどうかにしか興味がなかった。
They only cared if it could be used for political gain.
なことはあんただって十分承知していたでしょうが。
You knew that, didn't you?
そして、今や誰もこんなインチキスクラップは信じやしません。
And at this point, nobody will ever pay attention to any of that nonsense again.
このスクラップ帳に大勢がかけた。
A lot of people bet on the scrapbook.
そして負けたんですわ。
And they lost.
山犬もこのスクラップ帳に熱く張って負けた。
The mountain dogs lost too.
それだけのことですね。
That's all there is to it.
インチキスクラップなんかじゃない。
This is nonsense.
これは真実なのよ。全部真実。
The scrapbook holds the truth. Everything in it is the truth.
おじいちゃんが調べて、私が調べて、そして書き上げてきた真実の研究結果なのよ。
My grandpa researched it, and I researched it, and this is the result.
だってみんな信じてくれた。
Everyone believed in it.
だからあんな立派な研究所を作ってくれたのよ。
And that's why they built such a beautiful research center, isn't it?
信じてくれたから。みんな、そう野村さんだって。だからこそ私に声をかけてくれたのよ。
They believed in it, and that was why Nomura-san got in touch with me.
この研究の進化を分かってくれるクライアントはきっと他にだっているわ。
There must be other people who will believe in my work.
だってこの研究は人類の未来の可能性。
Because all of this is for the future of humankind. Ah! Okinogi got fed up and kicked me. I don't weigh much, so I fell backwards and became soaked in the muddy water. Damn. Okinogi walked over and looked down at me.
幸いなことに、東京のクライアントも、そしてうちらも、三叉にまだ期待している役割があるんですわ。
Fortunately, there's still something the clients in Tokyo are expecting from me. Hey. One of the mountain dogs handed a gun to Okinogi. Okinogi checked the cylinder and then threw it over to me. What? What is this?
サンサ
Major.
そいつで自分の頭ぶち抜いてくれませんか。
Why don't you use that to shoot yourself in the head? What? I looked at the gun. I'm used to seeing guns, working at the Irie Institute as I do. I was never frightened by guns before, but for the first time, I feel scared just looking at one. You know? This happens all the time. Major.
敗軍の将の責任ってやつで、そいつで自分の頭ぶち抜いてください。
Please take responsibility as a leader of the defeated force and shoot yourself. What are you saying? Nobody's ever told me to die before. Nobody's ever told me to kill myself.
クライアントもうちらも、サンサが死んでくれりゃ、サンサがあることないことやってくれたってことで、うまーく丸く終わらせられるんです。
If you die, clients can just blame you for everything.
すでに東京はその準備に入ってますんで。
Actually, Tokyo is already preparing to do that.
バカなこと言わないで。そんなことできるわけ。
Don't be ridiculous. Why should I have to do that? Oh! I'm starting to sob. My body's shaking all over.
まあ、無理ならいいんです。
Well, you don't have to do it yourself if you don't want to.
今のあんたにそこまで求めるのは酷でしょう。
Maybe that's too much to ask of you right now. Okanagi pulled his gun out and pointed it at me. The other members, having realized everything will work out if I die, just looked at me coldly.
投降を説得するも、堅くなに拒否し、抵抗。
I'm going to say that I tried to talk you into surrendering, but you refused.
銃撃戦になり、やむなく射殺。
We shot at each other, and I had to kill you.
そっちが本当の筋書きなんです。
That's the scenario.
自殺用の銃は、短くない時間、世話になったことへの俺なりの気遣いだったつもりです。
I gave you the gun so that you could kill yourself, rather than being killed by me. It's to show my appreciation for the time we've known each other.
そんな筋書き嫌よ。
I don't want it to end like that. No! Who came up with this plan in the first place? I don't want this.
あんたがさっきから助けを求めたいって言っておられる東京の野村さんです。
It was your dearest friend, Nomura-san from Tokyo. Huh?
終末作戦が失敗した時に備え、ダメージコントロールを図る作戦ってのもちゃんと合わせて用意してあったんです。
They had a plan for damage control in case the final operation failed.
野村さんの暗号名はカッコ。
Nomura-san's code name is Kokko.
そしてサンサの暗号名はヒナでしたね。
And yours is Baby Bird, isn't it?
カッコが卵をどこに産むかご存知ですか？
Do you know where cuckoos lay their eggs? What?
カッコの卵はよその鳥の巣に産みつけられ、そこから帰ったカッコはですね、もともとの巣のヒナを突き落として巣を乗っ取っちまうんだそうです。
Cuckoos lay their eggs in other birds' nests. Once they hatch, they kill the young of the original owner by pushing them out of the nest, and then take it over.
巣から落ちた飛べないヒナは地面でのたくり。まあ普通は野犬や山犬に食われて殺されちまうってことですわ。
The baby birds on the ground are left helpless. They usually end up eaten by mountain dogs. Damn. I used the money I got from Uncle Kazumi to pay the mountain dogs, thinking I had gained a reliable ally. I always thought that, although Okanogi was barbaric, he was very reliable. But my nest had been taken over.
サンサ、
Major?
あんたの味方なんていなかったんです。
You never had any allies to begin with.
あんたは東京のクライアントが描いた絵の通り踊って緊急マニュアルってやつを煽ってくれりゃそれで十分だったんですよ。
All you have to do is exactly what the clients in Tokyo wanted you to do.
ですが、その舞台も幕が降りて、あんたにステージから退場してもらおうってことになったってことですわ。
But now it's over. Now, you need to exit the stage. Take it.
あんたの大好きなスクラップ帳。
It's your precious scrapbook.
そいつを左手に抱きながら、右手で銃を拾ってください。
Hold that in your left hand and pick up the gun with your right. No way. The scrapbook was finally returned to me, covered in mud. I held it with both hands and cried. What a joke the entire life of Mio Takano was. Right now is when I should just go back inside that chain link fence. My shaking hands held the ice cold gun.
弾は一発ですから慎重に。
There's only one bullet in there.
頭蓋骨は案外弾を滑らすって話ですわ。
Sometimes a bullet can ricochet on the scalp.
口を開けてその中に撃つのがよくあるやり方です。
So that's why people usually put the muzzle in their mouths.
ほら、銃を持って構えて。
Come on, hold the gun. Point it like this. She's got to shoot him, right?
そして死んでくださいな。
And die. There's just no way she's going out like this. This doesn't feel like this is how it would end her story. You know what I mean? That would be fucking brutal. In the hills of the mountain, a single gunshot. No way. Echoed. With that gunshot, members of the Bloodhounds rushed in. Okanogi and the other men raised their hands in surrender.
Takanoさんも一緒でしたが、どうしても投降は嫌だと渋りましてね。
Major Takano was with us, but she refused to surrender.
今の発砲は、サンサがこっちに銃を向けたんで撃った威嚇射撃です。
She tried shooting at us, so I had to fire a shot to intimidate her.
レトリバー7よりリーダー。
Retriever 7 a leader.
おこのぎ2と山犬隊員3名を逮捕。
We arrested First Lieutenant Okanogi and 3 other members of the Mountain Dogs.
高野さんさはこのすぐ近くを逃走中の模様。
Major Takano is on the run.
足跡が南西方向へ消えているが、物資が濃い。それ以上の追跡は不能。
Her footprints are heading southwest, but the brush is too thick. We can't go any further.
大至急応援を。
Requesting backup.
高野さんさは武装している。繰り返す。高野さんさは武装している。
Major Takano is armed. I repeat, Major Takano is armed.
レトリバーリーダーよりオール。
Retriever leader to all units.
重要手配犯の高野さんさが現在逃走中。
Major Takano is on the run.
高野さんさは武装している模様。注意されたし。
She's armed, so be cautious.
逃走地点を中心にパトローリングで封殺せよ。
Patrol the area, force her out. I'm running through the mountain, covered in dirt, and still holding the muddy scrapbook. I keep falling because of the mud, and branches and tree roots continue to torment me. I lost one of my shoes, so I decided to get rid of the other shoe too. This isn't the first time I've had to run like this. This isn't the first time I've ran barefoot. This isn't the first time I've felt such pain on the soles of my feet. This isn't the first time I've cried like this. Ooh.
繰り返す。
I repeat.
高野さんさ、武装解除し投降せよ。
Major Takano, disarm yourself and surrender.
逃げ場はない。
You can't escape.
山犬はすでに全員投降した。
The Mountain Dogs have surrendered.
君に味方はいないぞ。
You have no more allies. You are all alone. You are a fucking loser, Mio Takano. Give up. Loser. Loser, loser. It's like she's like crying and all muddy and covered in tears. Her book unable to be read, or it's just fucked up, and she's like, "Ugh." The helicopter above my head is calling out my name. I crawled into a hollow tree. I held my knees and hid. The last time I ran barefoot like this was a very long time ago. My feet are bloody and swollen, and I can no longer walk. I can only cry as I bite the corner of my scrapbook. Sadness and humiliation fight for dominance in my heart. When I feel sad, I cry. When I feel humiliated, I scratch myself to calm my anger. And still have the gun in my right hand, the one with a single bullet in it. I have to kill myself. My death is the only thing that can bring it all to an end. Killing myself is the only way to go back to that day. But when I look at the scrapbook in my left hand, I'm assaulted by sadness and fear. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Just die. Atone for your actions with your death. I recall the look in Okinogi's eyes. I know. I know I have committed sins. There are so many sins. Too many of them. There are more sins than I can possibly atone for. But do I have to die for them? No, I don't want to die. Cry, 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 cry noises. I cried again, and then noticed someone standing nearby. Oh my god. It's the girl. The girl whom I met when I came to Hinamizawa when the Irie Institute was first opened. I met this girl at the shrine when I declared war on God. This girl is the god of this place. That god looked at me and sneered rather than sympathizing.
それでもまだ人の身を捨て神の座を求めるというのか人の子よ
I feel like we should just take a quick little break here. I'm gonna do like, you know, a quick stretch break since Hanyu's here, and this seems like it's gonna be another thing. So let's throw up a BRB, an actual BRB. Give me a handful of minutes, and we will be back shortly to see this moment. We've returned. I've returned. Alright, let's get comfortable. Let's keep going. Hanyu says, are you still trying to take God's place? Do you still deny that you're human, child of man? Long time no see. I lost. I lost this game. This is what I get. This is what I get for challenging God, I guess. Child of man. Are you still after the position of a god? Are you still willing to endure for the sake of opposing the divine? No way. Taking a god's place really is impossible. Child of man, listen well. I will show you the way to godhood. Huh? With the gun in your right hand. End your life. The position of God requires no flesh. Don't expect people to recognize your existence. Being a god is lonesome. You, foolish child of man, wanted to become one. Is that what you still desire? Are you telling me to shoot myself with this? That's it? Something that simple would make me a god? That's so simple! Then, what is this? What have I been doing all this time? You shouldered the sins of many others. You purified all their sins by sacrificing yourself. Your courage will be praised, and you'll be allowed to take a seat among the gods. What's that? You're telling me to be their scapegoat? To take responsibility for all of them and die? Fuck you! I refuse. I absolutely refuse. Why don't you want that? To attain peace in the human world, there must always be one sacrifice for one sin. Isn't that the truth of the human world? Isn't that the method for purifying sin? Didn't you want to sacrifice one girl for the future you desired? What are you talking about? I don't understand anything you're saying. You don't, because you are human. You don't even know how stupid you were to even want to become a god. I do.
他の人の責任をかぶって死ぬのが神になる道なんて絶対嫌。そんな神様になりたくない。
I don't want to die for other people to become a god. No way. I don't want to become a god at all.
私は人間でよかった。
I am fine with being human.
ただただ人間として生きていいよって誰かに許してもらいたかった。
I just wanted someone to forgive me for being that way.
生きてもいいよって
That's all.
許してもらいたかっただけなの。それなのになんでこんなことに。
But why is this happening?
ならばこの度の人の世の汚れをいかにして払うのか。
And how will you purify the stain?
いかにして代価を払うのか。
How will you pay the price?
なんでよ。なんで誰かが責任を取らされなくちゃならないのよ。
Why? Why does someone have to take the blame?
誰もが相手を利用してジョーカーを押し付け合って。
They're all pushing responsibility onto other people.
自分の手を汚さずに済むように立ち回り。
They maneuver this way and that just so they don't have to dirty their own hands.
それが人の世なの。
Is that just what happens in the human world?
違う。そんなの人の世じゃないよ。
No. It's not.
だってお父さんやお母さんやおじいちゃんと生きてきた日々にはそんなのなかったもん。
Because when my parents and my grandpa were alive, things like that didn't happen.
みんながみんな幸せだった。
We were all happy.
誰にもジョーカーなんか押し付けなかった。
Nobody blamed anyone else.
どうしてその世界から私はこぼれてしまったの。
How did I fall out of that world?
どうして私はこんな雨の山中を泥まみれになりながら一人でさまよってるの。
Why am I wandering around in the mountains alone in the rain?
私はどうして
Why? Why me?
これが私の罪に対する報いなの。
This is a punishment for my sins, isn't it?
分かってた。うっすらと気づいてた。
I knew it. I had noticed it.
何か大切なものを間違えて。
I made a huge mistake.
でもそれを認めたくなくて。
But I didn't want to admit it.
取り返しがつかないところにまで来て初めて後悔した。自分の罪に対するこれが。
And when it was too late, I regretted it for the first time. So this is the punishment
報いなのね。
for my sins.
人の世はそなたに罪のみそぎを求めるだろう。
The human world will want you to purify your sins.
この度の汚れはそなたを生贄に捧げることで払われよう。
They'll be purified when you sacrifice yourself.
それが人の世の払い方。
That's the way of the human world.
なれど我は人にあらず
However, I'm not a human.
人を超える存在にして欠けたる輪を埋める存在。
I am a being above man, a being which fills in the missing gaps in harmony,
人の罪を許す存在。
a being that forgives human sins.
人の罪を人には許せぬ。
Oh, hit a button on that's it. Man cannot forgive the sins of man.
我こそが人のこの罪を許そう。
I am the one who forgives the sins of the children of men. I forgive you. Demanding a sacrifice be paid. Oh, my mouse is... Oh, you can't see it. That's good. Demanding a sacrifice be paid for sins isn't the way of the human world. It's the way of demons. So this is not the world of man. This is a world of demons created by man and the demons infesting them. Humans cannot end that way of their world. So I became a god to grant that end. It was over 1,000 years of pain. I wanted to come down from this place. I desired a world where God doesn't need to make peace. And finally, after 1,000 years' time, I found that fragment. Come, child of man. I will forgive your sins in my name. Kneel and repent. Ask for forgiveness. Then you shall receive it. God will forgive you. God will forgive your human sins. The god in the form of a little girl walked up to me and reached out. As I knelt and looked down, she touched my head. Hanyu! Hanyu, where are you? Hanyu-chan, answer if you can hear us. I heard voices in the distance. And then I saw a girl standing in front of me. She's one of Mion's club members, my most hated enemies. Shit, she's found me. The rain had already ceased. I decided to come out of the hollow tree. After the rain, it had grown so humid, I was starting to sweat all over. I'm soaked in sweat, mud, and rain. I feel filthy. I've been bitten by mosquitoes and my body's itching all over. This is why I hate the mountains. Don't say a word. I pointed the gun at her. Oh my god! The girl just looked at me calmly as if she didn't see it. Oh no. At the very least, she did follow my order. What should I do? Should I take her as my hostage? I only have one bullet. How long can I keep running for? Hanyu! Where are you? Damn, she really is lost. Ah, there she is. Hanyu-san. Hanyu, where have you... Ah! Oh. I really am. Unlucky to the end. Or maybe you could call this a kind of luck. At the end of it all, I managed to get some vengeance. Oh! Do you know what this is? It's a gun. Don't you dare move. Damn. The tables have turned now. Damn it. Why now? Mion-chan, if you don't want anyone else to get shot, step forward. No, don't do it, Mi-chan. Mion stepped forward quietly. She certainly has a lot of courage. I wonder she's their leader. Thanks to you, I've been ruined. Some scary men on the mountain want me dead. They won't forgive me. But I can't just go out like that. At the very least, I want some revenge. Huh.
偉そうに言ってるけど、その銃に弾が一発しかないのは知ってるぜ。
I know you only have one bullet in that gun.
その通りよ。
That's right.
でもその一発でミオンちゃんが死んでしまうかもしれないとは考えない？
But that one bullet could kill Mion-chan, couldn't it?
高野
Takano,
ミオを撃つ気ですか？
are you going to shoot her?
誰も動いちゃダメよ。
Don't move.
焦って撃ったら誰に当たるかわかんないんだから。
If you do, I really might just fire this gun.
みんな動いちゃダメだよ。
Don't any of you move.
私の後ろに隠れてて。
Just stay behind me.
勇敢ね。
How courageous.
誰かを撃たれるくらいなら自分が撃たれようという自己犠牲？
Is this some spirit of self-sacrifice? Rather be shot yourself than letting your friends be shot?
まあね。
Well,
拳銃の一発でそうそう人間くたばるもんじゃない。
it's not that easy to kill someone with just one shot.
当たりどころにもよるだろうけどさ。
Of course, depends on where you hit though.
驚くわ。
I'm surprised.
なんて勇気なの？
How can you be so brave?
みんなに代わって私に撃たせようってこと。
You want me to shoot you for all the others?
言っておくけど、銃声がすれば怖いお兄さんたちが殺到するだろうから、それを恐れて私が発砲しないなんてのは今の私にはないわよ。
Just so you know, if you think that I'll hesitate to shoot because they'll rush over here once you hear it, once they hear it, you're sadly mistaken.
じゃあ撃てばいいよ。
Go ahead, shoot me.
ただし、その一発を撃った後、私の仲間はあんたを八つ裂きにするよ。
But after you do, my friends will rip you to pieces.
望むところよ。
Let them try.
人を呪わばなんとやら。
They say you dig two holes when you curse another.
おこのぎを屈服させるほどの名称と相打ちなら、それも悪くないわね。
Going down along with the great commander who made Okanogi surrender wouldn't be so bad.
撃ちなよ。
Go ahead and shoot me.
その代わり、絶対私に当てな。
But make sure it's me you hit.
私以外の仲間に当ててみろ。あんたを死ぬより辛い目に遭わせてやる。
If you shoot anyone else, I'll put you through hell.
怖い。
Oh my, I'm shaking.
ダメだよ、みーちゃん。
No, don't, Mi-chan.
高野さんは本気。
Takano-san is serious.
この人、本当に撃つよ。
She really will shoot you.
なんとか時間を稼ぐんですのよ。
Somehow we'll have to buy some time.
そうすれば、番犬の誰かがきっと。
Someone from the Bloodhounds will come by for sure.
もちろん。それも分かってるわ。
I'm sure they will.
だから、一矢報いる機会がなくならないうちにさっくり一発撃たせてもらうわ。
But I'll shoot before I lose my chance.
さーて、どこに当たるかしらね。
Let's see, where should I hit her?
下手くそだから、どこに当たっても許してね。
I'm not good at this, so forgive me for not being able to aim that well. She's deranged. Oh god.
本気ですか？
Me, you aren't serious, are you?
みんな動くんじゃないよ。
Don't anyone move.
私は部長さ。
I'm the leader of this club.
みんなを背中に守れるなら、こんなに嬉しいことはないね。
If I can protect you all, I'll be satisfied with that.
もし、当たりどころが悪かった時はさ。
If I don't make it,
部活ロッカーの中に神棚を作って、私を軍神と称えてや。
set up a shrine inside of my locker and pray for me there.
次期部長はケイちゃんね。
You'll be taking over my position, Ki-chan.
みんなそん時は後をよろしく。
Help him out, okay? Damn. Mion is prepared to die. I'm already cornered. I won't accept any words of negotiation. Mion understands that. She doesn't want anyone else to be killed. That was why she chose to be a shield for her friends. That was an easy decision to make for her, because none of her friends would end up hurt. If she ends up just getting injured, that would be a stroke of luck, as far as she's concerned. Even if she doesn't make it, she thinks that's far better than seeing any of her friends die. And that's why Takano will shoot. Even though she understands Mion's noble intentions painfully well, it's too visceral for her to accept. So she'll shoot. I will pull the trigger. With all the absurdities of the human world riding on that bullet, I will shoot her.
あなたたちよくゲームはするわよね。
You all play games often, right?
トランプのババ抜きはやる？
Have you ever played Old Maid?
やらないね。
No.
うちはジジ抜きばっかだよ。
We play Old Bachelor, though.
同じようなルールよ。
Use the same rules.
人の世の罪はババ抜きと同じ。
The human world is just like a game of Old Maid.
誰もが一枚のババを互いに押し付け合う。
Everyone's trying to foist the Old Maid onto someone else.
それは勝者を求めるゲームではなく、一人の敗者と生贄を決めるゲーム。
It's a game that seeks to determine not a winner, but a single loser. The sacrifice.
私はそのババを引い
You see? I picked the Joker.
た。そのカードをもう渡す相手がいない。
But there's nobody else to pass the card to.
だからその腹いせにあなたを撃つの。
That's why I'll shoot you, as my revenge.
不条理な人の世らしくね。
Fitting for this irrational world of man, isn't it? I'm preparing myself to shoot. There's no hesitation left in me. I will shoot her. I'm serious. Mion closed her eyes and opened her arms to try and shield her friends as much as she could. I don't think she's gonna shoot, if I'm gonna be 100% honest. She's doing a lot of talking, she's doing a lot of yapping, but she's not doing a lot of shooting. She's like trying to convince herself that she would shoot, but I don't think she will. And that was when Hanyu stepped forward and placed herself in front of Mion.
Hanyu?
Hanyu?
危ないから下がって。
Get back!
勇敢なるミオン。
Brave Mion.
あなたの勇気はそれで十分です。
I've witnessed your courage. That's more than enough.
人の世のババ抜きが必ず人に押し付けられなければならないものならば、
If the Joker can't be passed to anyone else in this human world,
それを引き受けるのが私の役目。
then it's my job to accept it.
羽生、あんた何を？
Hanyu, what are you?
リカ、
Rika,
この世界はすごく楽しかったです。
I had a lot of fun in this world.
私も部活メンバーに加われてよかった。
Thank you for letting me join the club.
見ているだけじゃなく、加わる部活は本当に楽しかった。
It was so much more fun to be in it than just to watch.
ありがとう。
So thank you.
もう十分。
No way are they gonna kill Hanyu like this. No, no, no. I enjoyed myself.
神の身には過ぎたくらいに幸せだった。
I was so happy spending time with all of you. In that moment, Hanyu glared at me adamantly.
さあ撃て。
Now shoot me,
人の子よ。
child of man.
人の世の押し付けずには済まぬ罪を放て。
That sin you must foist onto another.
それを受け止めてやる。
I will accept it.
わかったわ。
Okay.
わかったなら死ね。
Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Fine. Die! The club members must have thought I was joking. Or bluffing. They didn't think that I would actually shoot. There was a noise like something exploding. In a world where time became as sticky as syrup, we saw it happen. The silver bullet hitting an invisible wall in front of Hanyu. As though the wall was protecting her, the bullet wanted to pierce Hanyu's chest, but it couldn't reach its goal. A bead of sweat formed on Hanyu's forehead. She had stopped the bullet with an invisible force! Holy shit, a divine force! Hanyu!
大丈夫です。
I'm okay.
人の身でもこれくらいのことはできますです。
I can do this, even in human form. The silver bullet was being pushed back. Takano was startled by this otherworldly phenomenon, but then she spoke one phrase. You. Monster! The silver bullet smashed through that invisible wall. Oh, there was no longer a wall at all. There was no wall to protect Hanyu from the bullet. The bullet approached Hanyu's chest. Somebody let out a silent scream. Nobody could stop it. Nobody could stop that bullet. In that world of frozen time, nobody could stop the bullet that was stopped just inches in front of Hanyu's chest. Hanyu's friends had seen this scene before. The moment of checkmate. No matter how much they screamed, there was no way to avoid this tragedy. They knew that from their memories. You will die for sure. Think about the good old times as much as you want. When you're finished doing that, the bullet will pierce your chest. Drown in your own blood.
その覚悟がなかったら僕はミオンの前になんか出ないのです。
Unless I was prepared to do so, I wouldn't be here. Hanyu thought this would take care of everything. Hanyu wasn't supposed to exist in the first place. She would leave the stage, and the rest of the cast would stay unharmed. This is how it's supposed to be. But in that moment, something happened to surprise even Hanyu. In the world of frozen time in which nobody could move, Rika reached out and put her hand on the bullet that was stopped in midair. How could she move? Even Hanyu couldn't move. Why? Could a mere human like Rika grab that bullet?
それを驚くのはおかしいわ。
Don't be so surprised.
あんたと学んできたんじゃない。
You've already learned about that.
奇跡の起こし方。
You've learned about how to make a miracle happen.
今日何度もすごいことが起こったけれど、本当の奇跡なんて何一つ起こしちゃいないわ。
A lot of amazing things happened today, but none of them were worthy of being called a miracle.
すべて信じ合えば起こって当然のことだった。
If we all believed in each other, it was supposed to happen.
だからこの最後の瞬間に本当の奇跡を使うわ。
Therefore, I'll perform a real miracle in this very last moment.
私、お社様の生まれ変わりだしね。最後にこの程度の奇跡は使わせて。
I am the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama after all, so let me make a miracle happen at the very end. Nippa! Rika rubbed the frozen bullet gently, very gently, and then held it and embraced it lovingly, her hands at her chest. In that world where not even Hanyu could move.
高野も羽生も人の話を聞かないやつだってことも分かったわ。
Now I realize that neither Takano nor Hanyu listen when other people talk.
ミオンの話を聞いてた？
Didn't you hear what Mion said?
私たちはババ抜きなんてやらないわ。
We don't play old maid.
ジジ抜きしかやらない。
We play old bachelor instead.
それを高野は同じようなゲームだと笑ったけど全然違うゲームなのよ。
Takano laughed and said they were basically the same game, but they're totally different. An old maid, a single joker, and an unharmonized element is added to a full harmonized set of cards, and people try to foist it onto another. But an old bachelor, one card is removed from that harmonized world, and everyone foists the unharmonized fragments on each other. It's different than having a joker, because everything would be in harmony if there wasn't something missing. Players try to get rid of something in both games, but what they try to get rid of is very different. In our game, the loser is left with one last card too. I can understand how Takano thought they were the same thing. But they're different. Because in our game, if the missing card was added back in, there'd be no loser. Hanyu, the missing card in this world where someone has to foist their sins onto another, has joined the game. So this game has no losers. Yet you're still trying to take one card away? What a waste of a miracle. This world doesn't need a losing card. That is the answer I finally reached after a 1,000-year journey, trying to find a miracle. The answer has always been there. It was there in the very first game of Mion's club. There was always a loser because we were playing a game of cards with one missing. If we could fill in for the missing card by believing each other and helping each other, then it would complete a full deck of 52 cards. A complete world without a loser. A complete world where no one is left out. Nobody has to stay out of the circle. Nobody has to cry or be burdened with sins. A world where everyone holds each other's hands and forgives each other's sins. When people live, there will be sin. What's important isn't to avoid sins, but to forgive them. A world can only become ugly and twisted when people try to stay pure. Let us accept our sins. Let us all forgive. That's the answer Rika Furude reached. A complete world. A world free from the sins of the human world, where one has to become a loser. Rika reached that as a human being. After an unbelievably long time, she finally reached it. Welcome home, Mother. The frozen time had begun to thaw. There was smoke coming from the muzzle of Takano's gun, so it was definitely fired. However, nobody got hit. Ketchi looked around fearfully to make sure nobody was bleeding. They were all fine. Nobody had been shot. You missed. Serves you right. The tension lifted in Mion's body, and she began to sweat all over. How did I miss at this distance? All the club members thought the same thing. It was a miracle that the bullet didn't hit anyone. The club members had all felt the same way. They were all thinking, if it's going to hit someone, let it hit me. However, Rika Furude wished for a miracle that was far beyond that. Rika wished for a miracle that was higher than self-sacrifice. She wished for a world where the bullet wouldn't hit anyone. She wished for a world where Takano wouldn't be hurt because she shot someone. Footsteps were rushing towards them. Takano tried to run, but she tripped over a root and the scrapbook in her hand scattered everywhere. As she tried to gather up the papers, members of the Bloodhounds surrounded her. All the Bloodhounds pointed their guns her way, and some even poked her with them, but Takano didn't stop gathering up the papers. Some of the men stepped on the papers, and Takano tried to pull them out from under them. She tried to pull them out, begging them in tears not to step on her precious papers.
Takano-san.
Major Takano, you're under arrest. So... It's all my fault, isn't it? The club members, feeling bad for her, looked at the ground.
立て
Stand up.
両手を後ろに回せ
Put your hands behind your back.
こら抵抗するな
Hey, don't resist.
いやいやよいや
No. No, no, no!
おじいちゃんのスクラップ持ってくの
I want to take my grandpa's scrapbook with me. No, no! Takano just wanted to pick up the pages of her scrapbook. But the bloodhounds, thinking that she was just resisting, pulled on her hair to try to make her stand up. Although this was her fate, it was too hard to watch her be treated that way. And then, a noble voice resounded among them.
待て
Wait! Radiating with divine light. the divine light of Tomitake. Radiating with divine light, a man appeared. Why did I read that way? A man appeared. They all knew this man very well, but they had never seen him look so determined.
調査部の富武2だ
I'm First Lieutenant Tomitake from the Research Division.
彼女は調査部が保護する
I'll take it from here.
しかし富武2
But sir,
司令部から直ちに東京へ連行せよと命令を受けています
we've been ordered by headquarters to bring her back to Tokyo immediately.
君たちは彼女を見て気づかないのか
Can't you tell?
彼女の全身を見ろ
Just look at her.
かきむしった後でいっぱいじゃないか
Look at all the scars. She's been scratching herself.
ひなみ沢症候群のかなり高いレベルの発症が疑われる
She must have Hinamizawa syndrome. There were lots of horrible scars on her wrists, arms, and neck. Takano had scratched herself throughout the day because of all the stress. There was no way for anyone to be certain if those marks were symptoms of the syndrome. But when Tomitake said that, it certainly sounded true.
しかしサンサは入江機関で予防薬の投与を受けているはずです
But the Major must have been given the medication to prevent her from contracting the disease.
発症するわけがありません
Contracting. There's no way she should have it.
君たちは資料をちゃんと読んでいるのか
Haven't you read the report?
予防薬は 100% の効果を保証するものではないと書いてあるぞ
It says that the inoculation isn't 100% effective.
十分読んでいれば彼女の状態が末期症状であるとわかるはずだ
If you'd read the report completely, you would know that these are symptoms of the terminal stage.
調査部は彼女の尋問にあたりひなみ沢症候群の治療が最優先されると考える
The research division thinks that her treatment should take priority.
そもそも今回の事件が彼女の意思に基づくものなのか末期発症による妄想錯乱によって引き起こされそれを誰かが利用したのか
We must determine if this incident was truly her will, or she became delusional due to the syndrome, leading someone to take advantage of that situation.
慎重な判断がなくては全容解明は不可能であると考える
We have to be very, very certain, otherwise it'll be impossible to resolve this matter.
彼女の罪なのか彼女の病んだ病の罪なのか
Was it her fault, or was it the fault of her disease?
この場で断言するのは不可能だ
It's impossible to determine that right now.
それを判断するためにも彼女には治療を受ける権利があり義務がある
To make sure, she has the right to receive treatment, and she's obligated to let herself be treated.
ジローさん
Damn, showing some mercy here. Jiro-san.
彼女を直ちに入江機関本部へ移送し発症レベルの検査に入る
Take her to the Erie Institute so that she can be examined immediately.
高野三佐の治療体制を準備させるよう入江二さんに連絡を
Notify Lieutenant Colonel Erie so he can prepare to treat Major Takano.
ただし三佐については今後厳重に監視をつけ全ての行動には制限が加えられるものとする
However, from here on, the Major will be placed under strict observation, and all activities will be restricted.
詳細は調査部長岡一佐から上級司令部を通して命令があるはずだ
The particular order should come from command through Colonel Oka, Director of Investigations. The Bloodhounds conveyed all this information over the radio. Nobody had any objections. Their job was to arrest her, after all. Any interrogations or investigations after that were the job of investigations. So if those were the orders from investigations, then that was that. Tomitake walked over to the muddy figure of Takano. Jiro-san! Jiro-san! Ugly crying. Full force crying. Takano buried her face in Tomitake's manly chest and cried. Only Tomitake and Takano knew the meaning of those tears.
遅くなったね。
Sorry for being late.
君を迎えに来たよ。
I'm here for you. God, I don't know how to feel about this. I mean, this is totally Tomitake being like, hey, I'm forgiving you for all the wrongs you've done and have put me and everyone else through. And here I am showing you mercy kind of thing. And I'm sure that's probably for the best. Like, overall, probably a good handful of people would be like, that's... Especially with how the story has unraveled. Takano is the sympathetic bad force in the story. But man, sometimes you just want to see the bad guy lose in the end and then get like just judgment. But like it makes sense. It's just Sometimes you just don't want to show any mercy to the bad guy, you know? And I'm not just saying me, I'm saying everyone in general. Like, I don't know. You know how, like, fucking how much hell Rika as a person just went through with all these different things, and then finally we're here at the end? You don't think she's looking at this and being like, there's at least a tinge of Rika being like, man, fuck this. What the fuck is all this about? What the fuck is all... She just throws her hands up in the air and she's like, what's all that... You know what I went through for all this? I've been murdered over and over and over again. And then she gets shown mercy like this? Ah. Ah. Jiro-san. Jiro-san.
君がそうだと思っているような悪い人じゃないんだ。
You're not as bad as you think you are.
やり直そう。
You can start over.
今度こそ君の本当の人生を。
You can start your life over.
美代子の人生をやり直すんだ。
You can start your life over as Miyoko Tanashi.
できない。できない。できない。
I can't. I can't.
私いっぱい罪にまみれた。
I've committed too many sins.
やり直したりなんかしちゃいけない。死ななきゃいけない。
I shouldn't be allowed to start over. I should be dead.
じゃなきゃ。私は自分の罪の重さで。
Otherwise, the weight of my sins will... Well, that's true.
君の罪はひょっとすると軽いものじゃないかもしれない。
Your sins may not be so light.
でも大丈夫。
But don't worry.
僕が一緒だ。
I'll be with you.
だから一緒に償う。高野美代の罪を償う。
We can atone together. Let's atone for Mio Takano's sins.
そして僕と一緒に悲しい美代子を取り戻そう。
And let's bring back Miyoko Tanashi together.
その日まで僕は決して君のそばを離れない。
Until then, I'll be right here with you.
生きてていいの？
Can I continue to live?
私は生きてていいの？
Can I live?
みんながお前が死ねば丸く収まるって私に言うよ。
Everyone tells me that if I die, things will work out.
それでも私は生きてていいの？
But can I still live?
それでもジローさん生きててもいいって言うの？
Are you saying I'm allowed to live?
それでも私は許してもらえるの？
Can I be forgiven?
世界は君を許さないかもしれない。
The world may not forgive you.
でもそれが何だってんだ。
But so what?
僕が君を許すよ。
I'll forgive you.
だから生きよう。
So let's live.
死ぬことは罪の償いにはならない。
Death can't atone for sins.
生きて償い、世界に許しを請おう。そしてやり直すんだ。
You must live and ask the world to forgive you. And then start your life over.
そうしたらきっと思い出せる。
Then you will remember.
君が本当はどんな人で、どんな風な笑顔を浮かべていたかをね。
You'll remember what kind of person you used to be and what kind of smile you used to have. After a while, Takano was taken to the Irie Institute in handcuffs. She was, however, handcuffed with her hands in front of her. She was holding the scrapbook. Tomitake had cleaned the mud off of it. The downpour from the early afternoon had passed. The cicadas began singing again, reminding everything that this was a normal June in Hinamizawa. It was so hot despite being June, and the sky was brilliantly clear. Someone asked someone else the time. She looked at her watch. It was 3 p.m. The Watanagashi festival would be starting at 5. It was almost time. Even from there, the Furude Shrine could be seen. There were red lanterns hanging all over. Once the sun went down, those lanterns would be lit. It was almost time for the Watanagashi festival. Oh, it's gonna get lit. And with that, everything would end. When the Higurashi cry, the game that stretched across different worlds had ended. And what the winner obtained after their victory is that the game ended without a loser. Hanyu was prepared to leave the game after that. Hanyu was prepared to leave after the game was over, but she was still there. She was allowed to be there. In other words, she wasn't the card that was taken away. The card that was taken to play their game of Old Bachelor was no longer there. The breeze rustled Hanyu's sweaty, messed up hair. She was dumbfounded. Rika went over and stood next to her. She didn't need to say anything. She only smiled at Hanyu. That girl had pretended to be a bystander, but decided to step onto the stage. And then she thought that was enough and tried to step off of it. With those memories of her bright time on stage, she tried to step off, but someone grabbed her sleeve and stopped her. She was told that she could stay. Then she realized she was still on the stage, and she didn't have to leave after all. There was a spot for her on the stage, and she was no longer a bystander. And that was an unbelievable miracle. She didn't even exist in the script. Nobody needed her to be there. But the miracle had allowed her to stay. You suffered so much during your journey. This miracle isn't even enough to repay you for what you've gone through. Nipa. Oh. This is more than enough. This miracle is more than enough. Rika smiled at Hanyu one more time and passed her what was in her right hand. Hanyu felt something cold and hard. What was it? Hanyu slowly opened her hand and looked at it. It was the bullet Takano had fired. This was the proof of their miracle. It was the proof that Hanyu could exist there. It was the proof that they could be together forever and ever. It'll be dark soon. It's time for the festival. Oh! We'll have so much fun together. You can't just watch us anymore. God, that's gotta be such a good feeling. You fucking seemingly avoid the death that you've repeated year after year after year, or not year after year, but lifetime after lifetime after lifetime. And then, not only is all resolved, but then you get to have a big festival. You get to party. Booze a-flowing. We'll have so much fun together. Can't just watch us anymore.
新人いじめの洗礼で罰ゲーム三昧でかわいそなのです。
I'm sure there will be plenty of punishments to torment the poor newcomer.
もう綿流しのお祭り見てるだけじゃないのですね。
I don't have to just watch the Watanagashi Festival, huh?
そうです。だってお祭りは見るものじゃなくて加わるものですよ。
That's right, because you don't watch a festival, you enjoy it. True words. Were they testing the speakers? It was still bright outside, but there was music playing already. The cheap dubbed BGM, background music collection of festival music, could be heard from the Furude Shrine in the distance. It sounded so exciting to her. This is what she had wanted to join in on all this time. Rika held her hand. Let's go together. Let's go to the Watanagashi Festival. All of us. Together. Yeah. Yeah. Clouds, it turns to night. Clouds, no more light. Clouds, clouds, clouds. Sorry, they had almost too much energy left. It had been a long day, and many things had happened, but they still had the energy to go to the festival. It was, after all, the special day of Watanagashi. The curse of Oyashiro-sama had been lifted, and no tragedy would ever occur again. It was the first peaceful Watanagashi, first one without a tragedy since the dam conflict. The villagers had noticed that the phone lines were disconnected during the day, but it was fixed so quickly that they didn't pay much attention. They heard the self-defense force helicopter near the mountains, but rumor had it that they came to the wrong place for their training. The elderly villagers laughed and said that the young men of the National Defense Force need to pay more attention. Some people say the self-defense force even came to the Irei clinic. Villagers didn't even get suspicious about that. They assumed that the Irei clinic had started doing physical checkups for the SDF. There were pieces of broken glass on the roadside near the village border, as if there was an accident. Some people wondered how anyone could have had an accident when there was no obstruction on the road. The elderly people said to each other that they always had to drive carefully even on a familiar road, but it looked only like a trace of a normal accident, so they didn't get suspicious. The rest was a ghost story. The villagers heard an extra firework to signal the festival taking place. It wasn't an echo. The people in charge of the fireworks were puzzled. But when Rika said Oyashiro-sama must have shot the extra firework, the villagers simply believed that was true. It was the night of Watanagashi, the biggest festival of the year. The villagers forgot their worries and enjoyed themselves. The club members were doing great, as usual. Look at them having fun. I'm here too. It's all the moments. They were doing so great that they were all taken to the main tent and yelled at by the mayor. That was a normal Watanagashi night for the villagers. But there was one thing that was very different. The girls fought for an unimaginably long time in many different worlds for the sake of this night. However, nobody would ever know that. Oh, there was another big change too. Rika Furude said that she wants to go to a pool in the summer. It's unusual for her to say she wants to do something. She wants to see the stars. She wants to go on a camping trip. She wants to look at the sunflowers. She wants to make the school into a haunted house, etc. There are so many things she wants to do over the summer break. Right. Rika Furude, for the first time, is making plans for after June 1983. Because this is the first summer break she's going to experience after 100 years of repeating the same life, she'll now experience an all-new summer vacation. Who would stop her from getting excited about that? Rika Furude is looking forward to waking up before Satoko to rip the page off the calendar at the end of June. Rika Furude's infinite future has begun. There are infinite possibilities, yet she can only make one choice. But that's why it's a great world. Let's talk for a moment about the people who fought with Rika Furude. Yeah, let's do that. Game. Mion Sonozaki has vowed, it's like during like the credits when like it says what the characters got to post like a movie or something. Mion Sonozaki has vowed to study hard so she can continue her education after the summer break. According to Keshi, even that may not be enough time for her. However, how can the legendary club leader, Mion Sonozaki, fail an entrance exam? She will more than likely find a way to get into the school she wants to go to. Hopefully, it isn't an illegal one. Anyhow, she's looking forward to enjoying her final summer break, so she has tons of plans. Club members can't get away from Mion even during the summer. Once you're involved with her, she'll always find a way to get at you. No matter how much you want to be alone, you'll never get back to spending a boring summer by yourself. Keshi Maebara has been asked by Mion and Chie-sensei to be their next class president. He was also asked to be the next club leader too, but he declined immediately. He's like, fuck that. Keshi likes the club because Mion runs it. He continued saying that it's Mion's club until she got mad. Keshi can't understand why she's so angry. Well, Keshi wouldn't be Keshi if he wasn't dense. So things are rather lively around him again today. His good name continues to spread, even in Okinomiya. Rina Ryugu is growing more energetic every day too. She's gobbling them up. Satoko, Rika, and Hanyu spend every day in fear of being abducted by her. Still, she's been acting more mature lately. She takes care of her younger classmates, and she's almost like a mother figure to the class. She is like a mother to all the club members too. After hearing that, Kechi said that he'd be a father for the class. As usual, Reina thought about that too much and blushed. Satoko Hojo is as lively as ever. She used up most of her traps on the mountains during the battle with the mountain dogs, so she's setting up new ones for the next event. Rumor has it that some members of the Bloodhounds were so impressed with her trap techniques that they asked her for some lessons. There's supposed to be a training area near Mount Fuji, and they asked her to set up her traps there. That's not a very good idea. The Sea of Trees really will become a force of no return. Either way, Satoko keeps saying how she wants to fight against the Bloodhounds. Next, she's invincible. Also, she's become a great cook. That's because Hanyu has been teaching her. According to Hanyu, Satoko is a quick learner as compared to Rika. Satoko's dream is to master fried chicken, which is her brother's favorite, and welcome him home with it. I'm the only one who knows this. But her dream may come true very soon. As for her brother, Satoshi Hojo has yet to return home. His condition is unchanged. Womp womp. If there's been any change, it's in Shion Sonozaki. She goes to the clinic on her days off. Nobody knows why she goes there, but she seems to be very happy, so nobody pays much attention to it. Mion has teased Shion by saying that maybe she's planning on getting implants, but Shion just smiles. Also, for whatever reason, she's been visiting her relative's clothes shop and buying up all kinds of men's clothing. How fucking strange. Lately, she's even started buying more than just men's clothing, but why is she so excited when she visits a clinic with a maid outfit that's not in her size? The truth is shrouded in mystery. The biggest change is probably that Shion babies Satoko nowadays. She tries to make Satoko call her Nini, which only annoys Satoko. Nini spelled with E's, not I's. Kiyosuke Irie has two jobs now. On one hand, he is a respected doctor, and on the other hand, he's an he is an evangelist for maids. The Irie clinic was supposed to be closed, but the villagers pleaded with the authorities not to shut it down. While Irie isn't originally from the village, he and everyone else feel that he's one of the villagers now. He's an indispensable part of village life. The conservative attitude towards Hinamazawa syndrome is gone, and now it is being researched very proactively. The syndrome is being researched so passionately that, hopefully, in the near future, all the victims of this disease will be freed for good. Also, later on, Irie will publish an advanced article about the influence of the brain on human behavior, which will surprise people in the medical world. I won't go into the details here, but it'll talk about how one should hate the sins instead of the sinner. The deceased Fumi Takano and Mio Takano's names will be mentioned in that article. Wait, was it? The deceased Takano's names. Okay. Jiro Tontake still visits Hinamizawa every season. He is still known as the fighting, traveling photographer. He continues to walk around the village looking for good picture spots. However, he isn't seen in the village as much as before. His bicycle is always parked around the back of the clinic, so maybe he spends a lot of time there. Some villagers say maybe he's sick and being treated, but his bright smile proves they are wrong. Mio Takano hasn't been seen since that day. Nobody knows where she's gone, but obviously, Tomitake isn't worried, so she must be doing fine. She'll probably show up one day out of nowhere and start telling ghost stories to scare some kids. As for Mamoru Akasuka, what happened to him was pretty funny. His wife and daughter followed him in secret. They pretended to run into him at the festival. What? Rika called him Papa, so things grew complicated all of a sudden. Akasuka's wife smiled, but she choked his neck with her braided hair. Her arms were folded, but her braid moved like a tail. Squeeze. She tortured a man who destroyed a special forces unit without even using a weapon. Rika continued to tease him, making the situation even worse. However, Akasuka's family liked Hinamizawa, and they said they wanted to come back. Aww, Akasuka's daughter and Rika grew so close that they seemed like sisters. Kurado Oishi has gotten back into playing Mahjong. For whatever reason, Akane Sonozake has joined his table too, and there's rumors a riot squad almost got dispatched to the Mahjong parlor one time. His colleagues say Oishi has calmed down quite a bit. It's probably because he has reached closure within himself, but his colleagues know nothing about that. He's planning to move to Hokkaido when he retires, but he wants to come back every summer. His bright second life is waiting for him. Tatsuyoshi Kasai hasn't changed much compared to the others. To some people, this was a life-changing event, but for Kasai, it was just another episode added to his tales of heroics. According to Kasai, this incident was just a little bigger than usual. If this was just a little unusual, then what in the world would be needed to impress him? Shion insists that he will tell her, but Kasai only tells her that that's a secret. Also, he regretted exposing that part of his past. Shion keeps bugging him to tell her all about it, but he simply ignores her. God, he's so powerful. Maybe the most powerful being in this game. Let me talk about myself too. I, Hanyu, am doing great in my new life as Hanyu Furude. I'm finally getting better at playing games, and now I'm taking the role of the club's dark horse, a position formerly reserved for Kechimairo. I have a bad habit of believing everything I hear, so Mion and the others always tell me some strange things. Thanks to that, I am getting tougher, to put it in a good way. Shrewd, to put it in a bad one. But then, I need to, otherwise I wouldn't survive in this club. I'm going to continue to learn a lot of stuff through these club activities so I can live in this human world. Sunday, June 19th, 1983. Night falls on my longest day of the past 1,000 years. The club members are having a blast. A lot of people are here. The stall vendors are just still doing business. The speakers are blaring rough yet exciting festival music. I've known all of these, but how wonderful is it to actually feel and hear them in person? I thought I knew. I thought I knew because I've been following and watching them. But that was completely different. I knew of it, but this is the first time I've actually experienced it. We had a takoyaki eating contest. There was no octopus in it, but it was still very tasty. We had a shaved ice eating contest. I would have enjoyed the shaved ice if I had eaten it more slowly. I bought a candied apple for the first time. Everyone took a bite from it. It was tasty, and it was fun. We played a shooting game. I didn't know how difficult it would be to shoot a target, but it was fun too. Also, we played a shady lottery game. It was one of those things where you pulled a string and got a prize. Nobody got a good prize. We all complained about it to the vendor. That too was just so much fun. Then it was time for the dedication dance. Of course, we go there early, so we commandeered the best seats. I snuck out and stood where I was told to. I could see better than the other club members. This was the spot where the object of worship sat. This is where I was supposed to be during the ritual dance. No, this is where I thought I had to be. But seeing the dance from that spot wasn't fun. Therefore, I returned to where I was and sat with everyone else. They saved me a spot. Everyone rubbed my head while asking me where I went. I apologized by saying, "Ow, ow!" That made me very happy. I watched the performance in the crowd of people. It was the best dance I've witnessed in the past 1,000 years. I couldn't keep either my happiness or my tears from flowing out. After the dance was over, a handful of cotton was passed around to all the villagers. We let the cotton absorb all the filth and sins of the past year and washed it down the stream. Cotton is cotton. Obviously, it's not human. We use cotton instead of a human so that nobody is sad. In other words, this is the way to purify sins without making anyone suffer. Here you are. This is for you, Hanyu-chan. Do you know how to do it? Yes, I do. I go like this and drift it down the stream, right? Ow, ow! The girl who gave me the cotton took the letter I from her name during last year's Watch Nagashi and washed it down the stream. By doing so, she was freed from her suffering and began a new life. We drifted our sins down the stream. It's not the same as pushing our sins into the cotton. Instead, we wash away our own sins and forgive ourselves. We forgive each other, we help each other, and that's how we create our own story. I put my cotton in the stream gently. Oh, nice. Why does it look like Mion is like 75% leg? Maybe that's just a weird perspective thing, or maybe I'm dumb. That's very possible. The cotton went down the stream. Into the world where sins are cleansed. I let my bare feet soak in the clear stream as I watched the long, long line of cotton flowing downstream in the dark, surrounded by people sending their cotton flowing down the wonder stream. How nice. This is a complete world where all the fragments were put together. This is an ideal world. What else is there? What else do you need? Hanyu Furude, still once more. Because we can be even happier than this. We can be happier if we wish to be. Not a long time from now, but in the near future. Then when is it? I told you, it's in the near future. We will be happy then too. See? Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is accepting that. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is fulfilling that. I too am entitled to happiness. The difficult part is working on a compromise. Because from now on, I'm going to live in a much happier life. I'm not going to compromise with just this. We'll retrieve all the happiness that we missed. 100 years worth for me. 1,000 years worth for you. Federica Bernkastel. Is that it? Oh no. Oh no, is it gonna do the credits thing where I have to read like a mile a minute, like what we did in Umineko for us? That would be very funny. Oh shit, okay, a report on the coup d'etat of the Erie Institute proposal. Regarding the coup d'etat of the Erie... Oh my god. Background. One of the responsibilities of the Erie Institute, here by the Institute, was the Administration Emergency Manual 34. However, Paris conspired to manual under false circumstances, except a price to do so. These individuals could Takano. Authorities of the Institute were detained immediately. Emergency response unit was set to attack the Institute. Workers they themselves surrendered. Regarding the commissioned officers and commanders, Lieutenant Erie I don't know. Takano, it is the inquiry committee's conclusion that the major was the ringleader of this incident. Oh, there's some crossed out shit. Therefore, it is possible, redacted, that she cannot be held accountable for her actions. Great. Okanogi, fuck. Shit, I'm gonna have to read this at a different time. The disciplinary committee, meanwhile, has decided to bargain with the first lieutenant, as he'd been freely regarding the Uri Institute. Why does it go so fast? There's so much. Who reads this? As per the original plan, the research project in Yamazawa will conclude. What? Crossed out additional information. Is this acceptable? If I may obtain your approval, I'll report to your residence tomorrow evening. Nomura. Okay, it's a message by Nomura. I wish I could have read that. Why? Who makes that decision to have that much text go by that quick? Why? Why do they do that to me? Just full on panic mode. Ugh. Oh my god. It's so silly. Alright, well, I guess good thing my streams are recorded. I can just go back and read my own stream and pause. Don't even worry. Same with you, VOD watchers, I guess. Whew. I can't believe it's over. I can't believe it. Also, you can hear my... I don't know how loud it is, but dude, I am so hungry. My stomach is like growling. Just like in the game, there was a person who was hungry during lunch or whatever. Oh, I really hope the game doesn't like crash or something. like I did a few streams ago. It just gets to the end, credits just finish, and then it goes brrrt. I'm gonna guess there's some kind of epilogue thing, right? I mean, if that's truly the end, it's kind of crazy. Like, the whole Nomura situation, it feels like that would be ripe for, like, us getting more info on. You know what I mean? What's her whole deal? Oh, I think I needed to click. Don't crash. Don't do this to me. The scenario jump mode has been unlocked. You may replay any scenario. Great. Perfect. Tips reading room has been unlocked. Oh, nice. Wait, we haven't gotten any tips, though. Boink. Oh, the staff room. We're getting a staff room thing? Oh, how fun. You received a new tip. The forbidden treasure. Onigari no... Oh, it's not the moon background. Look at that. Okay, we'll read that shit. My beverage has gone right through me, so I need to go to the restroom real quick. We're not just quite done, I don't think. So give me like a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Alright. 2 seconds. 2 minutes. Whatever. Okay. I'm back. Hello. 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 So where do I go? Extra, I would assume. I assume we go tips. We go tips, then staff room. Yeah? The Forbidden Treasure. Onigari no... That seems as good of a place to go. The Forbidden Treasure. Onigari no... It's the most... There's just so many vowels, and... It's the most valuable asset of the Furude Shrine that's kept in the ritual storehouse. In ancient times, when this place was a chaotic world of both humans and demons, this precious sword defeated the demon god. What do you mean, what's happening? We're reading. Yeah, we literally, I think we, we just finished, credits, just rolled. However, nobody has seen it for 1,000 years. According to the legend, it is sealed in the statue dedicated to Oishiro-sama in the ritual storehouse. Because of its structure, as long as the belief in Oishiro-sama continues, it will remain a forbidden tool forever sealed away. Also, it is only mentioned in the forbidden scrolls of the Furude Shrine. Therefore, only a handful of the Furude family heads have ever known about its existence. According to several of these forbidden scrolls, the sword is shaped like a willow branch. There are some ink paintings of the sword made by a few Furude heads. Furude heads. It sounds like fans of the Furude. I'm a Furude head. But none of them match that description. That means they drew these pictures from their imagination. The legend says there was a girl named Ooka who received a divine message that commanded her to defeat the demon god. However, neither swords of humans or demons could conquer the demon god. It would require a blade that was neither a human sword nor a demon sword. Only a sword that mixes human and demon qualities could defeat the demon god. It has been said repeatedly that the ancestors of Hinamizawa are half demon and half human. Ooka Furude, dates unknown, is said to be the first person whose blood was mixed in that way. This description is what conveys that. Heaven gave Ooka a precious sword. The precious sword was shaped like a willow branch. Its tip split 3 ways, which symbolized heaven, earth, and people in unity. It also symbolizes the harmony between heaven, demons, and humans. Ooka headed to the swamp where the demon god hid and defeated him with his treasure sword. Each forbidden scroll describes how she defeated the demon god differently. Some say she disciplined him, some say he ran away, some say he surrendered. What happened to the demon god afterwards is unclear too. The oldest scroll says the precious sword destroyed the demon god's horn, but other books don't mention that. The precious sword that defeated the demon god was then enshrined and was named Onigari no Ryu. U-U-O-U. With a Y there. Crazy. Ooka sealed this precious sword in the deepest place of the shrine to hide its existence forever. Even if it was created to slay the demon god, the sword didn't belong in this world anymore and shouldn't exist on the face of the earth. Some said that was why it was removed from the human world. But some said Ooka was the daughter of the demon god and that she wanted to banish the sword that killed her mother. The ancient cult of Oshiro-sama suggested Oshiro-sama was this demon god, the source of chaos, the source of all that was evil, and the source of all friction. To prevent the demon god from returning to the human world through worship and comfort is the root of that ancient cult. This may be a type of cult devoted to an evil god. This idea that it's not worship for protection but to stave off a curse links slightly to the modern worship of Oshiro-sama, but seems slightly distant from the modern worship that asks for Oshiro-sama's blessings and sees them as a god of marriage and good relationships. It fosters the argument that humans are good by nature, saying that all discord is the work of Oshiro-sama, and there are no demons in the world of man. After that, the legend continues on what we know today, the harmony of humans and demons. But in this era, all the scrolls on the origin of the belief in Oshiro-sama, and the scrolls of the matriarch of the Furude family, have been sealed due to being forbidden. That happened probably because the new image of Oshiro-sama, that of a loving and affectionate god, and the ancient image of Oshiro-sama, the source of all evil, didn't match. It became too difficult to explain the faith's doctrine. Also, if one believes the Forbidden Scrolls, the Furude family was descended from one who killed her own mother. That would mean their blood was cursed. If all of that is true, then today's faith is even different from the one that was started by the matriarch. One of the leaders of the Furude family from hundreds of years ago wrote this. The Onigari no I don't know how to even try. The legendary precious sword is a symbol of both the Furude family and the sins of the human world. It was, no matter what I try, it's going to be wrong, so I might as well just... It was an era where people pushed the source of their evil onto others and could only purify their sins by killing one another. The matriarch, one, took in the root of all evil herself and let her child murder her. That was how this place was freed from the chaos. One, the matriarch usually means Ooka Furude, but sometimes it means her mother. The notion that the matriarch was a demon god was a taboo among the Furude family. However, obviously some leaders interpret it that way. In the Furude family, or when the world of man commits the foolish act of seeking to blame others and tries to return to the world of demons, that is when faith will disappear and the statue's head will shatter. That's when the Onigari no Ryu will reappear to us. Did they spell it differently there? The second coming will once again revive the memory of the Furude family's forgotten sins. Is the demon god a fictional legend, or someone who actually existed? In some rare cases, babies were born with horns, and they were called children of the demon god. Descendants of the Furude family who will read this, the myths passed down by our forbidden scrolls are numerous, and their content vastly differs. But don't get caught up in the smoke. No matter how different all these scrolls are, there's one thing they all want to convey. Search the heart of Ooka Furude, the one who sealed the Onigari no... Yeah, they were missing a U in the other spelling. Forever. That is the fate that all the Furude family leaders must understand. They must. Beep bum bum. Beep bum bum. Hello. This is Ryukishi07. Thank you for playing MATSURIBAYASHI. No. Thank you very much for playing Higurashi When They Cry until the end. MATSURIBAYASHI is, in a way, the solution episode for the situation with Takano and the kids starting from halfway through Higurashi. How can they defeat Takano's conspiracy? How can they reach their ideal ending? I wrote this episode as a duel between you, the reader, and me, the writer. So if you think you created a better resolution, world, than my MATSURIBAYASHI, that means you've defeated Ryukishi07 in this duel. I, Ryukishi07, have provided 2 resolutions. One is how to fight against Takano. First, here's a hint from the Higurashi chapter. You find out about Takano's conspiracy, which relies on Emergency Manual 34. Next, here are hints from the Watanagashi and Miyakashi chapters. It has been 48 hours after Rika's death, yet the village is peaceful. If you put those 2 things together, obviously the basis of the emergency manual which Hifumi Takano wrote, that everyone will develop terminal symptoms within 48 hours, isn't true. When you put those 2 together, you can realize that if Rika's body was discovered 48 hours after her death, then it's possible to prevent the final operation. In the MATSURIBAYASHI chapter, I wrote about an attacking side and a defending side like a novel. If I were to simply write about the resolution, all I had to write was for Oishi to announce that Rika died, at least 48 hours ago, and Takano's conspiracy would fall apart once the news reached Tokyo. This was rather an easy resolution, like a puzzle, so I'm sure many of you got this right. The other resolution was the ideal ending for this world. To answer this, I have to explain the worldview of this story first. There are hints all over, but the crucial ones are in the Higurashi and Higurashi chapters. Satoko's uncle comes home and Satoko's life becomes miserable. How can she be rescued from that situation? If the story was an exercise in murder, then the Higurashi chapter is the correct answer. Keshi kills Teppei and hides his body well. There's a happy ending. But I didn't end the episode that way. Instead, I denied it with a bad ending. The resolution the worldview of Higurashi When They Cry advocates is a non-violent one with everyone united together. That is established in question chapters such as Onikakushi, Watanagashi, and Higurashi. In those worlds, when someone becomes suspicious about everything and worries about it alone, things get worse, and that leads to tragedy. The Miyakashi chapter is a sublimation of that situation. On the other hand, when one talks to their friends, it's revealed that the causes of the tragedies are quite silly. That is indicated in the Sumiyoraboshi and Higurashi chapters. In other words, can you see that in the worlds of Higurashi, anything can be overcome when people talk to each other and help one another? Unfortunately, that doesn't happen in reality. Helping each other creates friction, and oftentimes working alone is a lot simpler. However, we always hope that we can connect with other people and understand each other so that we can face any difficulty. In that sense, this world is a fantasy. That's right. In the worlds of Higurashi, there's one magical rule. That is to talk to others and accept help from them. Then you can defeat anything. With that, it is possible to make a miracle happen. If that could be cast into an absolute rule, it'd be a sort of magical, systematic miracle. Just like what Hanyu and her friends said in the story. That is the worldview of Higurashi When They Cry. If you follow that rule and think about an ideal ending, I bet the first thing you'll think about is an ending where all the club members unite and defeat Takano. Actually, there are scenes in the MATSURIBAYASHI chapter that reaffirm that sort of ending. However, at the same time, Takano is described as a very lonely person. By doing so, I raise a question about the resolution. Everyone else unites, defeats Takano, and makes her into a sacrifice. This is a happy ending for everyone except Takano. It is a very popular style of story for the protagonist to unite together and sacrifice the antagonist. Aliens come to the Earth to invade us, so the world unites and defeats the aliens. Hooray for humans, and we must all get along. This is a very popular storyline all over the world. There are plenty of stories that use aliens, devils, or monsters as clear bad guys and make them into sacrifices. 2 parties fighting against each other become allies once the third party shows up. Storylines like these are indeed exciting. It's funny, because that's kind of what I thought was going to be the case here. I think even as far as just like a couple streams ago, I was like, oh, is it going to be the club and everyone and Takano uniting against like this strange Nomura person? But we didn't get that. We barely got anything on Nomura. Nomura just remains as like some shadowy figurehead. By adding a sacrifice, differing parties unite and become allies. To create this situation, there has to be always the third party, the sacrifice as well. I'm sure many of those who created such stories must have already noticed that. We always add a third enemy that can't possibly unite with us. To make up with each other, we try to find a common enemy. Am I the only one who feels that describes our world today? In reality, this world belongs only to humans. There are no aliens or devils or monsters. So for us to find an enemy, we'll have to fight each other forever. To make up with each other, we need a new enemy, so we just end up fighting someone else. In this chapter of Higurashi, I declared that to be the demon of the world of man. With these explanations of the worldview here in mind, do you wonder if the resolution of defeating Takano is in fact an ideal resolution of the MATSURIBAYASHI chapter? That's right. It's basically the same foolishness found in Higurashi. According to that logic, the Higurashi chapter isn't the best resolution for the problems that surround Satoko either. Do you understand that? How can they make up with Takano? You wouldn't suggest to make Tokyo into a new enemy and let the club members join Takano, would you? I wouldn't say such a silly thing, Ryukishi. Why would you think I would say such a thing? If I continue to talk about this issue, I will probably end up mentioning something religious, so let me stop here. What kind of ending would be the best outcome following the worldview of Higurashi when they cry? Perhaps it's something better than the MATSURIBAYASHI chapter. You can consider this a graduating question for Higurashi when they cry. Maybe I will leave it as my final gift to those who enjoyed this tale for 4.5 years. Thank you for reading this extremely complicated story. I cannot believe this story. I mean, I can believe it because it's kind of what happened, but reading this thing, like, I spent most of a year reading this thing. If I had to wait over the span of 4.5 years to get the full story, I probably would lose steam. Even with as dedicated as I am right now, like, for me to envision following it over 4.5 years, it just seems like something I would not be able to follow through with. I gotta be honest. If that was the case. Like, I just wouldn't. And that's kind of ironic too, because like in any non like visual novel video game, like just an example, Kingdom Hearts, we wait years and years and years to get the next installment. So it's not something that isn't present in already any video game series that most people play, especially with any video game in like the AAA space. But like, it just feels like so crazy. Like in something like a visual novel, I couldn't see myself being like, oh, I'm waiting over the span of 4.5 years for the full story to unfold. I don't know. It seems kind of hypocritical, but anyway, thank you for reading this extremely complicated story. In the end, what was this all for? If I were to put the answers to that question in one word, it would be entertainment. It's not important if you were able to answer the riddles. After all, if you enjoyed yourself, you won. Ryukishi07 will continue to challenge you. Higurashi, When They Cry ends here, but I hope I get to see you again in a different world. What kind of work do I want to create next? Maybe it's fitting to choose my next work from an infinite number of possibilities while listening to the chorus of the Higurashi. I want to express my gratitude to all the people who have supported me until today. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you all again soon. Ryukishi07. Sakonia? Yeah. Yeah. Now, I think I've been informed that there's one more bit to find. There's one more secret to find. So, I'm curious. I thought it was the way it was told to me, or the way I looked it up, was that I could load my own save. But I might have to use chapter select. I don't know. Let's experiment just a bit. Bum 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 bum. Let's try this. Going into the sea of fragments again. Let me see. I don't think it's gonna be as simple as... I'd rather, instead of me like clicking around like an idiot, I am gonna see if I can look this up real quick. One moment. I'm looking around real. Oh, maybe if I boop 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 boop. Clear. Okay, I think I found. Let me see. Clearing the game once and redoing the fragment section without breaking functions an extra ending to the story. Okay, so dare I just go through? Do I need to like skip through this? Hope the game doesn't crash. Do you need the final miracle? Is this not something I've read previously? What is this? Never noticed this tiny little fragment. Did I already read this? I think I did. Oh yeah, we did do this. Super fast. So much action is happening that we already read. Don't even worry about it. Oh yeah, the dojo? This feels like so long ago, but this was probably just like a week ago? A week and a half ago, maybe?
あなた、そう。もっとも、その奇跡をあなたはきっと気づかないだろうけれど。
There we go. I think this was what I needed to get. Okay. We're all good. Here, this is the thing. Okay, so I I don't know. Part of me was like, I honestly thought the way, like, again, loosely explained to me, I thought I was just gonna load this thing back up and then like this was already gonna be here, but I had to go in and kind of like do a thing. All right, truly the last bit, I think, of Higurashi of the main series. Flags from kids' meals. She needs to be rescued too. Now, what could this be referencing, huh? The flags from the kids' meals, is that the whole Takano? Is this going to be like young Takano? The final redemption of Takano? I'm going to play outside! A girl's cheerful voice echoed in the house. It was a tenement house, so walls were thin. So of course, her yell carried through to the neighbors, but since it was a child's voice, nobody complained. Miyoko! It is. I was right. We're thinking about going to the mall. Oh, this is right before the parents died. This is right before the parents died. Oh shit, are we rewriting history? Are we changing the fragment? Are we like butterfly effect changing the whole trajectory of the timeline of Higurashi if like the parents don't die and Takano doesn't go through the fucking orphanage situation, and then like it would be weird if we were just seeing it unfold, right? There's got to be some change happening. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Her father's voice didn't reach the girl, because all she was thinking about was making a new secret base with her friends in the field. Her father knew the girl had been looking forward to going to the mall, and that if they went without her, she would be upset. He also knew that the girl liked collecting flags from the kids' meals at the restaurant there, and one more would bring her collection to 20 flags. The girl was making a wish on those flags. She believed if she collected 20 of them, she could become happy. Oh well. He supposed he'd bring a flag home as a souvenir. It wouldn't be a big deal. If he asked a waitress, she would bring one for him. On that day, due to an accident, the trains were running behind schedule. To make up the time lost, drivers were braking a little too late and accelerating a bit too soon. It was rather unsafe. The Tanashi family didn't own a car. They'd always use a train to go to the mall. Oh my god, look at baby Takano. Wait. As the girl skipped her way to her friend's house, an unfamiliar woman stopped her. Obviously, she wasn't from around there. The ties between the neighbors were very tight around there. The girl knew everyone's face, so if there was a stranger, it was either a new mailman or someone who's lost. The woman said to the girl, "Do you want to live? Or do you want to die?" Any person would think the woman is crazy asking something like that, but the girl was too innocent to think that way. She answered immediately. I want to live. Okay. Then go. Your friend isn't home, but go on. She isn't home. The girl couldn't figure out why this woman would know that. As the woman left, the girl stopped her. She was curious, although it was a little scary, as to what response she'd get if she answered differently. If I want to die, then what? Then what? You'll get another flag from a kid's meal. Huh? Hey, that's not fair. They're going without me. That's not fair. The girl turned and tried to run back home. Are you sure? You won't regret it? The mysterious woman tried to confirm this. Why would I regret it? I won't tell you. I'm mean. The girl thought this was some kind of a riddle, so she pondered it for a while, but she couldn't figure it out. Then she clapped her hands as she came to a conclusion. That's okay then.
どうして大丈夫なの？
Why is it okay?
何があってもお父さんとお母さんが一緒だもん。
Because my parents will be with me. The woman stepped aside. Shifted to the left. .png. The girl bowed to her and ran home. She saw her parents locking the door to leave. The girl jumped on them and nagged them that she wanted to go too. The girl was going to the mall with her family. The family headed to the train station, waited for a train to arrive, and got on it. The driver was feeling the pressure to make up for the delay, and the passengers could tell that from the way he was driving. The girl noticed the unusual swaying of the train. She stood on her knees and looked out the window. Her mother told her to sit down because it was dangerous. The girl stuck her tongue out. Then, the train reached a very big and very sharp curve. The train tilted in that direction, and all the people were shoved to the side. They were all squished together and grumbled about it. Then, the train continued to... dots. The girl and her parents came home under the sky full of stars with shopping bags in their hands. They unlocked the door, turned the lights on, and then the girl put her bags by the front door and ran into her room. She opened her desk drawer, took something out of her pocket, and put it in. She closed the drawer once, but opened it again, and then spread her treasure on the tatami floor. They were the flags of many different countries that came with the kids' meals. The Japanese flag, the American flag, the English flag. Which country was this for? The one with 3 colors? She lined them up as she counted. She counted out loud. Then she danced around happily, for she now had 20 of them. It took her so long to collect that many. It was hard work for this girl who was so proud of herself for reaching her goal. She worked so hard that there must be something good waiting for her. She made a wish to become happy if she collected 20 of them. Therefore, something wonderful must be waiting to happen. The girl waited excitedly, but soon realized it wasn't a magic lamp, so no genie would be jumping out. Maybe it wouldn't happen that night. Maybe it'd be tomorrow. The girl decided to wait patiently. She accomplished something as great as collecting 20 flags. Surely, some wonderful happiness awaited. Surely, some wonderful miracle awaited. Or perhaps it might be like a charm keeping sad misfortunes at bay. The girl put her 20 flags back in the drawer. As she heard her mother tell her to brush her teeth and go to bed, she ran to the bathroom. This is fine, isn't it? Fuck is this music? It's okay to get a miracle in advance. What should I do next? There are plenty of fragments to play with. What? You want to try too? Hee, it's fun. It makes you feel like God. A world with Satoshi or a world where the Sonozaki sisters didn't switch? I wonder what a world with Satoko's parents and Rika's parents alive and well would be like. Oh, how about this? Akasuka gets enticed to the enemy's side by Takano. Oh, that would be interesting. Haha, that sounds interesting. Personally, I'm curious about a world where Takano is madly in love with Tomitake. It would be fun to match Ketchi with different girls, too. This is just absurd. I love drama very, very much. Oh, I do love drama. Hee. Let's see, what should I do next? I have so many fragments. Hey, do you want some? Or, do you want some? What kind of world are you going to make? This is goofy. Okay. The world of Higurashi, when they cry, will move on even without us. There are many dreams, possibilities, and miracles in that world. There are innumerable fragments and all interweaved with one another. I've shown you a small number of those fragments, but it's up to you to play with the rest of them. Oh, we gotta go fast. The world of Higurashi, when they cry, is now in your hands. It is a big, wide world full of fragments, and they are yours to manipulate. Your dreams, your possibilities, and your miracles are yours to discover. I thank you for joining me on this 4.5-year tale about this world. I thank you all those who supported me during this 4.5 4.5-year tale about this world. I thank all the characters who brought this 4.5-year tale about this world to life. I thank my family who gave their understanding for this work. I thank my coworkers who spared no effort for the sake, text so small, for this work. I thank my friends who supported me during the creation of the work. And while I'm the same person who created this work, I thank this work itself, the unforgettable 4.5 years it's given me. I thank the fact that I've left behind a legacy of the past 4.5 years of work. I thank all those people who sent me emails teaching me the joys of production. And if I may leave you with one more piece, I leave you the joy of making a project of your own. I have nothing to show for the 4.5 years I spent in college. I simply spent my days without achieving anything. I left no proof that I was even alive during that time. If you feel that the regret for this was that you drove me to make this work, then I think we can meet again as friends. That is why I leave you this message. I look forward to the day we meet, my friend. Ryukishi07. Oh, I would love to meet you, Ryukishi. Believe you me. Believe you me. A little goofy. But you know what? It's good. Oh. Oh. That's it. That's all. That's it. I can't believe it's basically over. Wow. And that is Higurashi When They Cry. Basically. Let's not spend too long wrapping this up, but let's spend some time wrapping it up. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being a part of this. Whether you think about it or not, you watching me read this. Not only this for the past year, but also technically I would say Umineko of all last year. Both of them. If you've participated in any of that, we all went on this journey together and experienced it all together. Whether it was your millionth time through it, or if it was your first time experiencing the series with me. A big, long journey that technically took 2 years, essentially, to go through. So thank you so much. Hope it was a pleasurable experience. Wow, what a big chunk of stream time that'll no longer be occupied. We kind of touched upon it before, but yeah, I mean, going into 2025, it'll feel weird not having a Ryukishi visual novel being basically the backbone of the channel, for better or for worse, honestly. So we'll have to, yeah, I know. Thank you. It was fun. It was a fun journey. Yeah, it'll be weird without a Ryukishi novel. As mentioned previously, the Higurashi is not completely done. So I'm thinking the next like 3 days that normally we'd have Higurashi streams, we're gonna watch I'm gonna watch the live action series, the live action, I think, television series. As far as I understand, it's kind of broken into like 10-hour-long parts. I think over the course of 3 days we can basically watch. I think I'm gonna do something like 3 hours, 4 hours, 3 hours, something along those lines. And we'll just watch that. It'll be super chill. If I picked up correctly, I think the live action series that I'm watching only actually covers like the first 3 chapters. Like, it just does the first 3 things. So it's not even going to be like a full encompassing series from what I understand. So we'll see how that ends up being, but should be like a more relaxed Higurashi streams, frankly. So if you just want to sit tight for those, and then, like I said, we'll see how they go. I don't know what the quality is. From what I understand, they're not shit tier quality, at least, so it should be an interesting experience. And that'll be, like I said, the next 3 Higurashi designated normal days. So next Tuesday, next Saturday, and then Tuesday after that. Then as we kind of like head into 2025 and at the direct end of 2024, I have a couple other Higurashi stuff planned. Also, of course, there's going to be other arcs and stuff. So, looking at this list, we have Higurashi Rei, which apparently has, what is this? Things all mispronounced, but Saikuroshi, Batsukuroshi, some other thing that I accidentally covered up on this reading flowchart thing that I downloaded. So that's unfortunate. And then there's Higurashi Ho, which is something called, something circled here. Hinamazawa Bus Stop, Higurashi Outbreak, and Kamikashi Mashi. Oh, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that. I only know very scant details about all those, but then I think there's also some other like console arcs. Apparently stuff happening during like chapter 4 or something that I know I've downloaded the files for. We'll be doing those as well, so they're like side stories during chapter 4. So about the police force or something like that. I don't understand exactly. We'll figure it out as we get to it. And then I also have, like I said, a couple other secrets and surprises, Higurashi-wise, that we'll get to along the way as well during all that. Like I said, that's going to take us into Higurashi streams still technically into 2025 as far as the year goes. So we're not by any means leaving the Higurashi universe just quite yet. Yay, and also, oh boy. And then the last thing I should probably say, because I kind of intended to do this and then I looked into it, but just like I did with Umineko, I was going to do a character tier list here, but when I found a tier list that looked like I wanted to use it, the template, there's like at least a couple characters or something that looked like they were from the other arcs that I've yet to read. And I was like, man, it feels like I should know who these characters are. Like, I could just skip them, obviously. But I was like, I feel like I should read the other arcs then if I was going to be introduced to potentially other characters that we've yet to technically meet. So, I think, although it made me a little sad, I think we'll hold off on the character tier list until after reading those and potentially meeting even more characters to then rank and tier. I'd be curious, like I said, maybe she's meant to stay mysterious, and maybe that's the whole thing. And I think Ryukishi was kind of poking and prodding at me a bit there in that final staff room thing. But I truly think, I was like, damn, this Nomura character, maybe we get more about her in more of these other things we'll end up reading in Higurashi. But if not, maybe she is meant to just supposed to be a very mysterious, shadowy individual. In which case it'll pain me, but maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the point. I don't know what else to say other than, like I said, thanks so much. Thanks to Ryukishi, obviously, for the stories. They were a lot of fun. And, like I said, taking me on this journey for the last 2 years on the channel. Like I said, whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, these ended up, both Higurashi and the Umineko series on the channel, ended up being massive backbones, and something I obviously spent the most time with over the course of these last 2 years. So, thanks to that, thanks to anyone watching and enjoyed. Hopefully you enjoyed, whether it was in a frustrating manner or an enjoyable manner. I hope you had fun one way or the other watching me read and dissect and listen to all of these sound novels goodness. Weird chance if this is if you somehow stumbled upon the Higurashi and you didn't do the Umineko first like I did of last year, this is me saying, hey, this is me like offloading you into, hey, maybe you want to, if by some weird chance, do you want to go see the Umineko playthrough I did last year? That's all up on YouTube as well. All of that. You can start from the very beginning, and even a more daunting and more streams. I think we ended up doing technically more of that, where I go through the whole series of that. That seems like a fun time. And then also the supplemental streams of that, and all the weird stuff we did at the end of the Umineko series as well. All the different arcs and thing, you know. Hey, maybe you want to watch another 200-hour series? Hey, I don't know. I don't judge other people's usage of their time. I'm sitting here fucking reading it on stream and letting the voice acting go, and then I'm reading, and there has to be some people out there that watched me play throughout this whole thing. Maybe they're like, hey, I want a double dose of that. Cue up Umineko. What the hell is going on with Umineko? If you were someone, I'm pretty sure there is. If you read and watched me play through Higurashi, but you have no idea what Umineko is, I don't know if I could sit here and make a pitch for you two. Umineko, is it like Higurashi? Sorta, but not really. I would say not in a derogatory way. It is more it's more nonsense. It's even more nonsense than Higurashi, but in like a good way, like good nonsense. And of course, like, you take nonsense and then you add me to it, the equation, like, which I'm like a nonsense catalyst. Then you just get like a big ball of extra nonsense. I don't know. I couldn't think of something beyond nonsense. Madness? I don't know. But yeah, like I said, technically not done with Higurashi, so starting next Tuesday night, it'll be basically, like I said, I think it's like 10 hours long, so if we split 3, 4, 3 hours long, we'll basically be sitting down in each of those streams, just be watching like a big Higurashi movie each night for those 3 nights. But it should be fun. I think it'll be fun just watching this live action thing. It'll be interesting to see how it does stuff, so I'm looking forward to that. We'll read more after those. Today's stream was not super, like, incredibly impossibly long. It wasn't like a 10-hour marathon or anything, so that's nice. So I should be back on tomorrow night tomorrow at some point doing something. Obviously not Higurashi related. So yeah, we'll be back on stream tomorrow. I'll be back on. I'm gonna exit here. I'm hungry as shit. I think my stomach was growling quite a bit during that finale, so I don't know if you just heard my stomach growling at some point during stream, but I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna make food. Again, hope you enjoyed. Thanks so much for watching. And yeah, until tomorrow, keep on Higurashiing.